Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to call this meeting to order. This is the Developmental Review Board for Essex Town. Today is Thursday, March 20th, 2025. For the crowd and for those that are online, could we just have a quick call of the commissioners that are here this evening? Starting with you, sir.
Nick Martin, present. Justin Russo, present.
Ian Carroll, chair.
Sharon Zukowski.
Huey Norton, present.
Not in attendance this evening are two others that could not make it tonight, Stephanie Bixby and Trevor Williams, yeah. Okay, first order of business, do we have any agenda additions or changes that anybody is interested in? Has everybody had a chance to review the agenda?
I think that I was looking to have you add the January 16th, 2025 minutes to this agenda.
Right. And any other changes that we have? Hearing none, I would accept a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll move to approve the agenda as written to include minutes from January 16th DRB meeting.
Thank you, Nick. Second. Seconded by Dusty. So motion was made by Nick, seconded by Dusty. Any further discussion about the agenda? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Excellent.
Can we go home now?
Yeah. Next item we have on our agenda is the public to be heard, and I want to make sure that everyone that's in attendance here and online understands that the public to be heard section is in reference to items that are not on the agenda this evening. So if you have something that you would like to bring forth to the DRB in regards to something that is not currently under review for tonight's meeting, this is the time we would have you do that.
Keep going.
Okay. I see you, and I will recognize you in a moment. I also want to take this opportunity to outline the fact we see a few faces that we haven't seen here before. So we thought we might outline the fact that this is a quasi-judicial meeting, and so we do have strict regulations and rules about how we operate this meeting. So everyone that is looking for an opportunity to speak this evening will have an opportunity to speak. However, it's when you're given the opportunity to speak, we appreciate. We do have business that we're trying to conduct, and there are a couple of applications that are here before us. And so we want to make sure we get through both efficiently as we can. And the consent items as well, correct. So we also have the opportunity to speak on the consent item if you have something on the consent item in the public to be heard section. Yes, Sharon.
I have something.
Yes, Sharon.
Regarding the consent agenda, I did reach out to Public Works and the fire chief, and they have no concerns with the consent, reapproving the consent agenda item.
Great, thank you.
And I'll say a little further that Public Works Director Aaron Martin recently met with O'Leary Burke's office out at the site, so they're fine.
They're fine. Great, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, sir. You had your hand up as well, Mr. Schofield.
Yes,
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah. Would you please state your name and residence for the records?
David Scopin.
And yes, sir, you have the floor.
I'm sorry.
You have the floor.
Very good. I just wanted to make certain that I was correct on a couple of items here. One is that the Development Review Board is basically taking the place of the Planning Commission, so that your duties are the same. Is that correct?
As a question to us, then that no, our duties are not the same. We didn't take the place of the Planning Commission. We took over the review of applications. The Planning Commission is now focused on planning.
Gotcha.
So rules and regulations that people would like addressed or changed, and planning for examples of like 8090 Main Street, those sorts of things.
Okay. So, but I would come to you if I decided that I bought a piece of land and I want to put a 30-story apartment building on, I would have to come to you. Is that correct?
That is correct, among several other steps.
And would the first thing I would need to do is come with a site plan? Is that the first step?
This is yes, that would be the first step before DRB. However, Sharon, go right ahead and answer that.
First step is to submit an application.
Okay.
And then that goes to the Community Development Department. And then we schedule and prepare reports, and then you land here.
So
And
we
then-
also deem if it can go before the the community development department would also do a first look and see if it meets the requirements of the regulations before it would.
Gotcha. So it could be nixed, so to speak, without ever coming to this.
It could be delayed. If it wasn't a
Delayed.
complete application that we need to see, then it would be delayed. We'd send it back and say, we need X, Y, and Z,
Okay.
and then
So
we'll come back in.
So by the time I actually come to the planning review board, I've got a plan that is discernible to you all. You can see what it is. And then you're in a position at that time to send it to the next step. And what is the next step?
There are several steps that go along with this, and I would encourage you, all of this is actually information that's available online, just so in case anybody else is looking for the.
Because I haven't been able to find it online, but is
So-
there?
There are several steps in the entire process, and beyond, after the original site plan is approved, there would be the steps of anything that the Developmental Review Board had found as issues or things that we would like adjusted or changed. The applicant would have to go back and work on some of those issues. Help me out if I'm missing anything there with you guys.
So if I came to you with a site plan that obviously had certain defects, so to speak, like it wouldn't pass certain rules and regulations down the line, would you be in the position to vote that down or say, no, we're not going to let you go any further because you haven't met certain standards? Perfect example would be the Marcotte with the 20% slopes. Would you be in the position to say, I'm sorry, we can't go any farther because there's an impediment for you to actually bring this process to fruition? Is that possible?
Technically speaking, the way it works is that if an applicant comes before us and has something that we are not, we are find that it's outside of our regulations, outside of our guidelines, or I say guidelines, it's my favorite word, sorry, outside of our regulations, then we have an opportunity to try to work with the developer who's trying to accomplish their project. We have an opportunity to allow them to make adjustments if we continually see something that doesn't have the correct adjustments or doesn't come back to a standing where we feel comfortable with. We do have the opportunity to vote that we're not approving that application, but it's generally not a one-shot deal. There's generally a lot of conversation about that and a lot of back and forth that occurs.
Because I was curious, with the Marcotte property, that went through seemingly 4 years, and it finally got to the point where they withdrew their application, but it seemed to me that they still had the same defects. And when they came back with another plan, they still had the same defect that should make it impossible for them to go ahead with that project.
I can't comment about any of their applications.
No, I hear you.
I'm happy to meet with you and explain a little more about the process off this meeting, but basically a subdivision like Marcotte goes through sketch, preliminary, and final, so 3 different hearings. But let's talk about that offline.
Okay, because I was a little concerned.
Being the proper thing. This is a quasi-judicial meeting. We behave based on the regulation. The regulation is what we have to adhere to. There are elements within the regulation that allows for some deviation from the standard processes, okay? We can make those decisions. This is a quasi meeting. We're not here on personal judgments, okay? So please understand, quasi judicial. We need to listen to the facts and prepare our remarks accordingly based on the regulation. And as Sharon said, you know, the process is very intense and it requires a lot of steps. And you should understand the process by talking to Sharon.
Staff will help. Staff can certainly help you out with that. I don't mean to cut you off here, but I'm just asking if we've addressed your question well enough that we can continue on here. We have a lot.
Yeah, the real show is coming up, so we'll go to that.
Okay. And so, is there anyone else online?
Yes,
Yes.
Karen Sita.
Karen Sita, if you would unmute and turn on your camera as well, and go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Can hear you. Yep. Can't see you. but
Yes.
can we hear you?
Oh, I have a crayon face mask on. I'm doing beauty treatments. I'm here for the things that matter. Miss Black Vermont, former Miss Black Vermont, pretty girl, they know me. But I live in Essex Junction and I'm here because on the agenda, it doesn't necessarily say the word Amazon Distribution Center, but that is what we're talking about, right? Because I want to know, should I be focusing on this or focus on Judge
We
Judy?
are not talking about any particular business at this point in time. We're looking at site plans that have been presented to us to see if they're within our regulations.
And that's what the public comment is about? Because that's what the news reported.
Public to be heard is if you have something that you would like the Developmental Review Board to know about anything else that's going on that's not part of this application.
Okay, great, thank you.
There will be
That was just a
points,
clarification.
Yep.
and there will be points during each application for public comment specific to that application.
Correct.
Okay, because the news reported that Essex Town is hosting this meeting right now due to the fact of the Amazon distribution thing. So that's why I came to here and also have my opinions as well. So I just wanted to make sure the news was not reporting something wrong, because I'll call Laura Maloney right now if I have to.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. And I will announce that once again, that we are here strictly looking at site plans that have been applied for to work within a developmented area that has already been approved for development. We are not here for any other reason other than that. So.
Alrighty.
I understand that the news said that I understand the confusion that we did not hold this meeting specifically because one merchant or one applicant decided they were going to apply and it's a decision on that applicant, or this is a regularly scheduled developmental review board meeting to talk about applications for development.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. I see Cheryl, you have your hand raised online as well. If you could unmute and
Yes,
make sure that.
I just want to pose a quick question. What is the maximum room occupancy number? What's the fire code for that room? I am concerned of the safety for the public to be in attendance in that small room. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate that question. I'm not sure that I have that at my fingertips at the moment. Staff, we'll have staff double check that and get back to you. Yes, I see a hand in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm concerned that when I was.
State your name, please, if you would.
Irene Renner, I live here in Essex.
Thank you.
Thank you. We invested in microphones at one point for this room, and I'm really concerned that it's difficult to hear. We're trying to open the windows so we can breathe. I would just hope that in the future you would make sure that everyone's mic'd, not just those of us who want to speak. That's item one. Item two, some of you may have received a flyer from people standing outside the polls on March 4th. These were people who don't live in Essex. And that's a little bit concerning to me that they would want to weigh in on a site plan that may come before you at some point in the future. That would be one for a building or two to replace the current women's facility in South Burlington. It's a correctional facility, and they would also want to build a reentry facility to help the women learn skills so they can become productive members of society. Unlike the current situation, they're now in. Now, I appreciate anyone's free speech if they want to go to the polls and talk to anyone about anything, even if they don't live in Essex. But when they hand out misinformation, that's where I draw the line. I love a good fight about what's great government for Essex, and I've had a number of those fights, and many of you have seen me at your doors knocking on them over the last 20 years. But darn it, I want a fair fight, and I demand that these people and anyone else here who wants to fight the ability to help these women heal. Right now, there's 127 of them incarcerated in South Burlington in a building that has bugs coming through the drain, that has a roof that leaks, and we spend about $4 million a year as taxpayers to the state to fix it, and that had sewage coming up through the floors for 3 days over the holidays before anyone could get there to clean up the mess. Please go to the official information on the State Department of Corrections website. They have a whole tab related to the replacement facility. And we here in Essex also have a tab on the Planning Commission page in which you can find out information that is closer to the truth. Thanks so much.
I would just ask, thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. Again, I would just remind folks that we are requesting for comments to be heard directed for us here at the board, as opposed to general topics, if at all possible, please. We do have a lot to get through tonight, and we want to try to do this as efficiently as possible. For the remainder of the evening, we're going to have a timer for those that are speaking in public. When you have your time, everybody's going to get a chance if you'd like to, but we're going to try to limit it to 3 minutes if we can, so that everybody has an opportunity. It's most important that everybody gets a chance. Is there anybody else that has anything here in the room that would like to address to the Developmental Review Board that is not on tonight's agenda? Seeing none. Online, do we have anything else? Seeing none. That includes the consent item, which is next item up on our application. Oh, I'm sorry, Lorraine, I apologize. Lorraine, we just saw your hand, so if you don't mind.
Yeah,
unmuting.
My name is Lorraine Zaloom. I live in Essex on Route 15. Just a quick question on the RPDI regs. What's the process for reviewing and pegging those down? Because I know that's been in discussion for years now. Is that something that the Planning Commission is going to review? Does it work in tandem with the DRB to tighten those regs in terms of avoiding what we're dealing with today? Or is that come through a town plan? How does that work?
That's a great question. Thank you, Lorraine. So since the split of the Planning Commission and the Developmental Review Board on January 1, Developmental Review Board is in charge of reviewing and adhering to regulations for all development. And if you want changes to any zoning or any changes within the town for future, you would bring that to the attention of the Planning Commission going forward. It's a little confusing because the Planning Commission used to do both. That's not the case anymore.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else online? Seeing none. Thank you. Help me remind me. Consent is agenda, voted or not, I can't remember. Yes. Yes, we're in the public, yeah. At this point in time, I'd like everyone who has intentions to speak this evening, both present as well as online, please raise your hands, if you would, and swear to the oath that I'm about to give. And online, if you would raise your hand with the hand tool. And I will ask if the testimony that you are about to give or will give this evening is the truth to your best of your abilities.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Got them all online too? Okay, so the next item we have is consent items. I will take a motion.
We approve the consent item, which is the site plan for Black Bay Ventures and Schenk Enterprises, for the approval of the site plan application as one.
Thank you, Dusty. The motion's been made by Dusty. Do I have a second? Second by Sharon. Any discussion about the consent item?
Yeah, I have a comment that because the last time that there was any input from the various departments, they're 3 years old, okay? So I had asked Sharon if any of the departments had provided any input, because things can change over 3 years. She kind of satisfied that by saying Public Works had given their okay. And I'm making the assumption that the rest of the departments didn't have any problems with it either. So, but I was a little concerned because, the comments again were 3 years old. So it appears that everyone is still happy with it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Nick, you're set? Dusty, you were set? Sharon, you're good? Yes. Is that the agenda? Okay, hearing no other comments. All those in favor of approving the consent item, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, now we get to the fun. Okay, some of it. Next item up is the public hearing. Motion for that as well. No, commercial, yep. So we're opening up the, yes, thank you. Yes, I have it.
Bigger letters.
Yes, I do.
Can
Yep.
we tell people to put their hands down if they were?
Yes, thank you. Yep. For those of you online who raised your hands for the oath, that's great. Thank you. You no longer have to continue your oath. You can put your hands down.
But we're holding you to it.
Yeah, exactly.
You should mention that we can't accept typed in chat.
Correct, yeah. Folks that are online, if you are entering information in the chat, I gotta tell you, we can't accept the chat. So if you have something you'd like to say, please just raise your hand and we'll make sure you get an opportunity to speak. Thank you. Okay, so the first item that we have on our public hearing this evening is a site plan for Allen Brook Development. Kent, if you don't mind giving us a short rundown on this.
Yep, I think that, let me just share my screen first here. Let's see. Okay, so just to step back for a little bit here, I just wanted to.
Can you project?
Yeah,
I know people are gonna be really hard to hear this.
Check that I want to try to give the context. There are two site plans before us tonight, and I want to try to provide some context of what those fit within and where they came from. So first, what's on the screen here, and I'll zoom in so you can see the spot that we're talking about to give you a sense of where this is. This is the zoning map for the town of Essex, showing what types of uses and development are available in different spots in the town, and then that also goes along with different areas that have different regulations in them. So the particular spot, give me a second to zoom in here. Okay. And then one more here. Okay, if you can see this area that's the light bluish color is the Saxon Hill Industrial Park area. So this is the area that we're talking about, and there are two different types of things that are happening in this area. There's an area that's being developed, and there's an area that's being conserved. So the areas that are planned for development are these lighter colors, along with a couple spots down here, and the areas to be conserved are this other kind of checked pattern, okay? Some of the areas that have not been developed yet and are planned to be developed still have trees on them, and they've not been cleared yet for development. In this area, there's a split between 60% being an area that's going to be conserved, and that's also the recreation area where there's trails available, and 40% of it is planned for development. Some of the trails that exist out there are on the private property areas that are planned to be developed. So the area that we're in particular looking at now is in this spot down here where the cursor is, if you can see that. And I will zoom in a little bit further so you can see that. Give me a second here. One more time here. Okay, so this spot, if you can see where the cursor is, in this light blue area that's planned to be developed, that area at the last DRB meeting was approved for a subdivision. So it basically took a larger parcel and it broke it up into individual lots that then could be developed. And as part of that subdivision,
Single family?
excuse me? No, the residential uses are not available in this area. There are maybe 15 different types of uses that are allowed in here, but residential use is not one of them.
Oh, okay.
So even though it's called the industrial, well, it's called the Resource Preservation Industrial District, but the industrial part of it covers a whole bunch of different uses. So it could be light manufacturing, could be warehouse, could be indoor recreation, could be outdoor recreation, could be a vocational training facility. Could be a whole bunch of different uses could be in there. Once a subdivision happened, it divided it up into individual lots that then could be sold and built on. As part of that subdivision, there was a traffic analysis that needed to look at, it needed to project, basically, it looked at the estimated square footage of the development that was going to happen in there, and then looked at what it would be the estimated traffic volumes that would be created from that. It created a traffic impact study that was reviewed, and that was reviewed by the town and by the state of Vermont. As the individual projects go into these, that site was developed into 4 lots. As those lots are developed, as long as they stay beneath the threshold of the approved traffic in the study, then no new study needs to be created. If at some point it's projected that the traffic's going to go above what was already approved, then there would have to be subsequent studies done for that. So that brings us to, and the subdivision process had 3 different stages to it. It had a sketch review in the beginning, a preliminary review, and then a final review that happened after that. After those lots were established, then individual businesses could come in with a site plan application like we have tonight. We have 2 of them. That's a 1-step process. So they brought in their applications, staff reviewed those, and now is the opportunity for staff to present that back to the applicant, to the DRB members, and to the public, so that you're able to provide comments on it, and those questions can be answered. If everything can be answered tonight satisfactorily, then you can approve it. Or if there was additional information that was needed, you could always continue it to a later date to get more information. So I just want to spend a minute to put in context of what we're looking at this point. So right now, when they brought in the site plan applications, there's specific regulations that we have that look at the different criteria for that, and that's what the review is based on. So now,
pause you for one quick second. I see that there are a couple of hands that are out there, and I understand that there may be some questions about the process. But in order to keep this meeting going, this section of it, of the meeting, is where we get a report from staff, and then we get a report back from the applicant. We get a chance, an opportunity to talk about the application amongst ourselves, and then we open up to the public. So I'd ask that if you have questions about the process or questions during this, that you reserve those until we we open up to the public to have that chance to talk, just so we can keep this moving, please. Thanks.
Okay, and at this point, I'm going to stop with that. I think that gave an okay.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Summary of how we got to this particular spot. So I've reviewed their application for code compliance.
For which application?
And this is for the lot 11 one, the one at 572 Kimo Drive. The one that's not the Amazon one, the other one. So this is a spec building. As far as I know, there's not a tenant that's been decided yet, and it doesn't matter one way or the other. That doesn't change what my review is. So what I would do now is what I will do now is go through the issues that came up as part of my review. And if we can just stick to the issues that came up, then I think we can get through it as quickly as we can. So if you don't, if it's okay, I'm just gonna go through.
Yes, please.
Okay, I made a note in my staff report starting on line 136 about, it appeared from looking at the topography on the site that they maybe had some steep slopes that were on the site. After looking at that further and getting some information from the applicant, it seems like really it's just the remnants of an old ditch that related to the previous sand extraction that happened out there. It's not an environmental feature that requires protection in line with the steep slope regulations. So it's still in the staff report. But my understanding is that's really not something to be concerned with for that. So, but I just wanted to call it out since that was in the report. I'm not concerned about that. Starting on the next page, around line 166. Well, actually starting in the section about access that starts on line 153. There's two different site access components. There's access to the site and then there's access within the site. And as that relates to pedestrians and bicyclists accessing the site and then traveling within the site to the building, my comment would be that through the subdivision review, shared use path is going to be placed along the entirety of the road. It's on the east side of the road. The applicant's property is on the west side, separated by a ditch. So there's not, as planned, a connection that either bicyclists or pedestrians could get from the path across the ditch and across the road to the applicant's site. So it seems like it would be a real missed opportunity to make that connection. The regulations along with the town plan seem to really encourage such connections to happen. So that's what my comments are about in both the site access and then the site circulation section there. So my recommendation would be that a connection would be made so that people walking or biking to the site have a suitable spot to go. My next comment is on line 210. There are some guidelines for bicycle parking regulations. The applicant did show a couple bike racks on the site, which was fantastic. That's great. We don't, in our own regulations, have very clear instructions about the design for bicycle parking facilities. So there's some really good information that V-Trans provides geometrically about the space. As it was on the drawings, it looked like there might not be enough depth for the parking area. So my recommendation is just that you consult the V-Trans design guidelines to just make sure that you have enough space there so the bikes aren't encroaching onto the walking area. And I wasn't exactly sure how many spaces that you were planning to. Starting out with maybe 10% of the car parking spaces is maybe a good rule of thumb, but I feel like that could be left to your discretion based on who you think your future tenant's going to be. And that's an easy thing to increase later if a need arose for that. But I just wanted to call that out, that there's really good information in the V-Trans design guidelines for that. In the lighting section on line 242, my comment with the lighting plan that was provided, it looked like there were a few areas in your lighting plan where the lighting levels were too high according to our standards. So that should just be adjusted downward. It's not that the lighting is going off the site. It's lighting within the site itself, just exceeding what our regulations are. So that should be, I would think, a pretty easy thing to adjust. And let me see if there's anything else here. I wanted to call out that the conservation on starting on line 360, there were some comments from the Conservation Trails Committee that I just wanted to call out on there. They were recommending that the 50-foot buffers along the roadway be less impacted with this development. And they were also recommending that the connection be made from the shared use path onto the site. So, then those key parts are mentioned in the proposed conditions. It starts on line 376. And as I mentioned, with the steep slopes, I would just recommend taking out item 3A because I don't think that that's I wasn't finding that to be a concern as I was understanding the plans. There are a number of items that Public Works brought up. That I'm not going to go through them all, but I think they're pretty clearly stated on here, and Public Works would be satisfied if these were corrected just prior to zoning permit being issued later, but it doesn't have to happen prior to approval here. So that concludes the comments that I have.
Great. Thank you, Ken. What's yours? Question for Kent on the staff report? Mick?
No.
Dusty?
We'll go back to the fire department comments on line 110.
Yep.
I'm a little confused, not confused, I'm not quite sure where I stand on that because the fire department's been involved with the development reviews to date on this, and there's never been a firm stand on this. In our last development review, we outlined, the applicant outlined the condition in which the road would be, various conditions which would trigger the road completion. Mm-hmm. And the fire department was part of that review as well. This seems contrary to, the progress made so far. I'm not opposed to, I'm on record for wanting the road to be done, but I recognize that there's, there's investments and triggers and so forth to get it done. So I'm a little mystified by the shift in the tone, the firmness of the tone.
They made a strong statement in the last plan. Both the fire department and the police department wanted the road completed, and they were very strong.
They've also backed the emergency pass-through from the beginning of the application process at all stages. So we're not seeing a condition in there to complete that road as part of this. That's understood, and that's not. This is a site plan, not a subdivision plan. So the road, to my mind, would be part of the subdivision.
Yeah. Yeah, my reading of this is that the fire department feels very strongly that the road should be connected, but as the application has been presented, it seems like it meets all the fire department requirements.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I have a question along the same line as far as the fire department. Yes, the note says this building will need an additional hydrant located within the proximity of the FDC pursuant to NFPA. Does anyone know what the FPA requirements are?
No. What line were you reading?
It's only 118.
117, 118.
Sounds like you'd like another hydrant closer to the building pursuant to an NFPA, but what does that mean?
And along with that is NFPA acknowledge standard statute protocol within the town.
I would just offer the town does not have building codes, so maybe once it comes to the applicant's turn, they might be willing to.
Correct. We can,
Just for the record, we will have to go and apply for state building permits for a sprinkler system. And we will meet the NFPA standards and rules doing that through the state in the building part. As far as the fire hydrant, I don't know if NFPA gets involved in fire hydrants.
Well, they must have something about how far a fire hydrant must be away from certain kinds of buildings or whatever, and it doesn't, I was wondering if it doesn't
Or they
clarify
have to
that.
provide the fire department connection within like 200 feet of it. If that's not possible because of the water main, I think that's why we need to get.
we're not taking public comment at the moment. Sorry. Thank
It
you.
sounded like an open.
No, yeah.
Yeah, we have two located right across the street. This is pretty similar to a lot of the development that's happened on Thompson Drive and Pine Circle, over the past 10 years. But we'll confirm with the state that we're meeting all of the NFPA regulations.
Thank you. Are you satisfied with your questions, Stephanie?
Yes.
Sharon, did you have any questions? Yep. No? I'm sorry?
No.
You caught me off with the
Can I just add one other thing? I'm sorry, I forgot that they're asking for a waiver to clear the 50-foot buffer area. And they provide a waiver request for that for your review.
Great, thank you. BB, did you have anything else?
For the staff.
Not for staff? Okay. Great. Can we hear? Let's hear from the applicants. If you wouldn't mind stating your name for the record.
Brian Courier, Larry Burke Civil Associates, project engineer.
And I'm Al Senecal with Brook Development.
Thanks. You've an opportunity. You've heard what Ken had to say and a couple of the questions that we had back and forth. If you feel free to give us your rundown of the project, we'd appreciate it.
Yep. So I just supplement Kent's overview a little bit, talking about the zoning. So the zoning came from a 2016 settlement agreement with Brook Development in the town of Essex, basically ending a long-term legal issue with a prior landowner. And as part of that settlement agreement, about 230 acres was conserved, and about 170 acres was left for development. That parcel was designated Parcel B, and this is the most southern part of that Parcel B. But just to give some acreages associated with that settlement agreement and how the 40-60 split was done in the RPDI district. So 2016, almost 10 years ago. The site plan, I don't think we've discussed, that's here in front of you is on lot 11. It's roughly 6.4 acres. It's part of what we termed phase 2 of the Saxon Hill Industrial Park. The building is 33,600 square feet. As Kent mentioned, it's generally a spec building, warehouse use. We're showing roughly 40 spaces, parking spaces along the front of the property, 2 curb cuts meant for commercial access. We have overhead doors on the front of the building and in the rear of the building, and 8 truck docks also in the rear of the building. There's outdoor storage areas shown on the east and west ends of the buildings that comply with the town's outdoor storage requirements. They're fenced in. We are showing landscaping along the new roadway as part of our subdivision discussions. The Planning Commission and subsequently the DRB we felt was looking for a uniform landscape along the approved roadway. They're shown just inside the right of way, so they'd be responsibility of the applicant, Brook. Stormwater facilities for both the road and for this use are shown within the 50-foot buffer along Kimo Drive. There's also a fairly large stormwater pond located in the rear of the building. So that's a general overview of the site plan that's in front of you now. I'm happy to jump to the conditions or answer any questions.
1 second. Can you pull up the plan on? Or, sorry. Yeah. I'm fine if you want to go right to the conditions of the plan, then we can get to all the questions at once.
I think it will probably drive some questions. Usually does.
Thank you.
So we agree with Kent. I had 3A flagged. Removing that condition seems to be, we're on a consensus on that. So That's good. 3B says the applicant shall revise the plans to include a connection from the shared use path along Kimo Drive to their site. So this has come up in previous development applications, both on Thompson Drive, Red Pine, and also Corporate Drive on the west side of Allen Martin Drive, but also in the RPDI district. The staff has asked for those connections in the past. Generally, our discussions with the Planning Commission was that due to the relatively low use that's typical in these areas, a designated pedestrian walkway to the street, especially when the rec path is on the opposite side of the street, isn't warranted in our eyes. It's roughly a 60, 70-foot path to go from the parking lot to the roadway. So we would just like to be consistent and remove 3B. Uh, 3C is to comply with the bicycle parking guidance of zoning reg 5.6E2. The applicant shall follow design guidance provided by VTrans, pedestrian bicycle facility planning and design manual. It's good information, but it's not in the Town of Essex zoning regulations. So we don't feel it should be part of a condition of approval. We will consult that document, but traditionally bike racks have been approved by the Planning Commission. Industrial parks, it's even waived in the past. Generally, the town doesn't have a specific standard for a bike rack. So we would like the flexibility to propose what we see fit as a bike rack for this facility. So we're at it.
And we would certainly provide more for a tenant that would request it. If they wanted additional bike rack storage, we would certainly do that.
So, maybe the condition can just be, should consult or reference, but to follow and make it mandated, I just think is going beyond what the zoning regs state. So we're not asking for it to waive, but just have flexibility to propose what bike rack we see fit. And then 3D, the lighting plan that complies with zoning reg 5.6G3 shall be provided. So we did provide a revised lighting plan to staff. Unfortunately, the plans had already gone out to the various departments for review. So staff has seen that revised plan. I believe agrees that it does meet the lighting standards for the town. Basically, we spaced the light poles a little bit more and we added 2 of them. So we met that standard, we felt pretty easily. And then after that is a lot of public works comments. Most of them are removing details that aren't applicable to the application, water sewer allocation fees, stuff like that. So we're okay with all of those conditions. Going to line 485. Number 15, I'm jumping all the way to page 15. It says all landscaping, including existing vegetation shown on the plan, shall be guaranteed for life of the project. Any dead or diseased planting shall be replaced as soon as seasonably possible. There shall be no structures built within 50 feet of the buffer area. So we thought this would be a place to include the Development Review Board if they see fit, granting a waiver to clear the 50-foot buffer. The 50-foot buffer has traditionally been waived on projects on Corporate Drive and Thompson Drive over the past 10 years. Generally speaking, the thoughts from the Planning Commission have been that clearing the buffers and planting a more uniform streetscape has been desirable rather than keeping what we have talked about in the past is, scrubby. In some parts, there's white pines that are extraordinarily tall that have fallen on buildings and parking lots. So the uniformity of clearing and replanting has been the desire for the development review process in the town for the past 10 years in the RPDI. So the waiver request is, it is a waiver up to your discretion, but also going through the subdivision approval process, we were actually approved for waiving the buffer or the buffer requirement or clearing within the buffer requirement at preliminary. The town staff reviewed that preliminary decision and essentially said that this should be done at site plan and not as part of the subdivision. So that's why it's coming up again in front of you folks now. But the site plan was developed based on those preliminary discussions with the DRB, basically mentioning the stuff that I've already discussed. Another piece of it is overhead power is proposed on that side of the road. Keeping the vegetation within the buffer would be problematic for overhead power lines. Generally, Green Mountain Power would maintain that area, so that would fragment the buffer even further. There's infiltration basins already proposed within that buffer that are associated with the road. So not just for this facility, but that were part of the subdivision approval, part of the stormwater infrastructure for Kimo Drive, which are already within that buffer. And can't be removed. We have 2 curb cuts in the buffer already. We have utilities going through the buffer already. And basically when you add up the curb cuts, the existing infiltration basins, power encroachments, the area that's left for saving is about a quarter of an acre. Just over a quarter of an acre, close to 3/10 of an acre. So it's not a tremendous amount of vegetation that would be saved. I had sent town staff a existing overall conditions plan earlier today. I just wanted to show, it has an ortho photo and basically has our site plan overlaid with the remainder of the industrial park. And as the Planning Commission was intent on uniformity and basically approving the same style every time, I just wanted to show you the phase 2 industrial area and the difference in vegetation. So you can see the dark green area here is what was part of the reclamation of a sand pit that the former landowner had. So these are 20-foot pine trees spaced closely together. But as you get to the northern end of the roadway, after you get out of that very man-made pine forest, we get to generally what is left. There's some wetter areas, and there's some not a whole lot of vegetation that's there. Definitely significantly different than what's planted on the southern part. So the stretch of road is about 2,000 feet. 1,500 of it is in the reclaimed sand area, and about 500 feet is outside of that area. So the existing vegetation that's there is significantly different from one end of the road to the other. So if the goal is uniformity in a common streetscape, we feel the best way to maintain that is to clear it and plant new street trees based on the town standard of 50 feet on center, but on private property.
Anything else?
That's all I got.
Commissioners, questions for the applicants? Let's start down here.
Yeah, see, now we're talking about the buffer. Let's continue to talk about the buffer. That stretch that you talked about is between 2 settlement areas. The regulation says to try to preserve the natural area as much as possible, okay? So I understand the previous planning commission view or whatever about having a standardized streetscape. I'm not quite sure that I understand exactly what that means, because as each one of these lots is developed, they develop over different periods of time, so you get different plantings, how you can get, I'm not sure about what that standardization means. I'm not really enthralled by the landscaping plan. I think that the landscaping plan could be a lot more intensive. For example, in that area that you described, that is, basically the part between your retention areas that is not going to be necessarily disturbed only by the entrance of the utilities. Why couldn't there be more plantings in there and so on? Part of the idea of the buffer, my understanding, is to provide screening to the buildings from the street. And with the landscaping plan that is here, all we have are trees. Okay, so there's no screening per se. And these are all, well, they're what, maples and locusts and whatever. Okay?
Yeah, primarily street trees are.
They're primarily street trees. So that, you know, they're going in at 2 inches, all right? So initially, for the first few years, it's gonna be these little, you know, 8 and 9 foot tall trees and so on. So to the extent that there could be more screening, particularly in that space between the retention areas, I think more can be done as far as lower bushes, shrubs, whatever. That could provide more screening.
Sure.
Also, one of the things that I'm not too sure why there is not plantings provided along the banks of the retention areas. Like, for example, along the tops of the retention areas. Why couldn't there be plantings along the tops of those retention areas as well? Again, lower trees, short, that could provide for screening, because I believe that is part of the intent of preserving the area, that buffer area. Also, while we're talking about retention areas and screening, what is the plan for protecting the retention areas during construction? That is it going to be waste on this project? Where's waste going to go? Or is there going to be material hauled in? I expect there's going to be material hauled in. Is there going to be waste, topsoil pushed, whatever?
Yeah.
So that where is that going to happen?
Okay.
The waste.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, I guess any material storage, period.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, typically so we try and do a net cut fill as best we can when we're designing these facilities, but obviously nobody's perfect. So we usually have a net cut or net fill site in some fashion. If it's a net cut site, there's ample areas, back, not on the storm pond, but in the back of the facility. That stuff could be stockpiled once the building's been poured and rough grades have been cut, and before gravel's down and pavement, obviously. And then if it's a net cut, it would be hauled off site. If we have to bring material in, there's a sand pit just north of here that's owned by the applicant.
So no, I guess there'd be no material stored in the retention pond areas.
No, and given this area, Sand Hill, it's highly infiltrated. So we're not doing some of the more complex stormwater feature that you might see in heavier sites. Like there's a feature now that the state really likes that they call gravel wetlands that can be silted in and don't really work properly if they're not maintained during construction. But these areas are just infiltration basins. They're just basically a 1-on-3 slope depression meant to hold water and infiltrate it back.
I guess the point of my question is that so there's no material stored there that would compact the soil and reduce the retention, penetration possibilities of the area.
Yeah.
Also, I just see one snow storage area.
Yeah.
That looks for the size of that place. That one spot is. I can just imagine. I'm not somebody that plows snow, but I can't imagine all the snow from this side being pushed all the way over to this side and so on. So it looks like there might be a need for another 1 or 2 snow storage areas.
Okay. You want me to?
We would typically plow the snow to the edge of the parking lot as well, and it would, allow itself to migrate into the detention ponds as it melted. And the snow storage a lot of times is used for when we get a large accumulation of snow, we would then bucket load it over to that snow storage area. But it's not like we take every square inch of snow that's on that site and put it in that snow storage area. We do push it into the corners like everybody else does. And then when it gets built up, we'll bucket load it over to those snow storage areas.
Yeah, and going back a little bit where you're talking about the standardization. So if you drive down Corporate Drive or Thompson Drive, the first few hundred feet of Corporate Drive and probably the first 1,000 drive of Thompson Drive is when the buffer was left based on existing condition. Those sites look very different than once you get to Performance Foods on Thompson Drive, or I believe it's Revision on Corporate Drive. So the standardization is more to leaning more towards one or the other. So we already have areas of the industrial park that are both on the same street. So in this instance, I think if we're keeping the buffer for a reclaimed sand area, as I showed on that ortho photo, looks very different than the remaining vegetation that was kept in certain parts of the park. So you have cleared and street trees planted. You're going to have old forest vegetation, you know, the telephone poles basically. And then you're going to have this reclaimed sand pit frontage also. So you're introducing 3 different now streetscapes within, you know, basically the same road eventually, which will be Thompson and Kimo Drive. So a standardization moving forward as clearing and planting has already been accepted and generally viewed in the past as preferable, given how fragmented that buffer can be with utilities, curb cuts, grading, clearing for sight lines. What ends up being left is significantly less than the 50 feet. And it is a buffer. It's not a setback, meaning we can't put a parking lot in it. If there's a setback, we can put the parking lot within that 50 feet. As it's a buffer, we can't do our parking lot any closer to the road than 50 feet. And we feel it makes a nice looking streetscape. As far as screening and planting within the storm ponds, we can definitely add screening in between those storm ponds.
Yeah, and again, you know, I want to emphasize quasi-judicial.
Sure.
So I'm supposed to be following what the regulations say. I've already voiced my opinion before, but I think there needs to be some work done the way this buffer language is laid out. Okay. Again, based on maybe what some of the experience has been had.
I agree.
But where we are right now, this says to me, it says should be maintained, you know, should be retained the best as possible natural area, yada yada. So I'm just trying to find some way. I'm not saying that the previous planning commission decisions were incorrect.
No, and they acted based on the regulations as well. There is a provision that does allow for you to waive, so it's not.
That's why we're here.
It's not that but yes, it is a case by case situation that you folks can.
Because if we've heard, I'm sure you've heard the public opinion too. There's a lot of talk about this buffer area. Okay,
I do.
That's why we need to talk about it here a little bit so people understand. Why it's proposed the way it is, why it's been happened in the past.
And I looked on our CAT file today. The closest resident is within, you know, further than 2,000 feet as the bird flies from here. So if it's screening, it's basically screening buildings from, you know, the street, you know, and you know, it's an industrial park. So
the other thing I'd like you to consider is that the trees that were planted in that reclamation plan were planted about 8 feet on center, and they were about this tall. Now they're 15 and 20 feet tall, and the green part of them is on the 18-foot mark. Everything other than that is all brown branches, and when you cut through there, it's just, it's not real appealing.
I know it well. I walked out there.
I know. So I think a new tree or some additional landscaping would be better looking for everybody in the end.
But we're happy to add more trees, more landscaping in between the 2 ponds where there is just lawn there. Aside from the 2 utility connections, water and sewer shown through that area. You know, there'll be a gas service, power service. Power's got to be underground, even though we're overhead power. The power service has got to be underground. So when you add all those things up, you end up with this fragmented buffer with, you know, brown bottom of these trees that aren't really going to match any other part of the park is what our concern is.
Well answered for you. Yeah, I think so. I think you can do a little more with adding some additional landscaping. There's very little we're going to say understory kinds of stuff. That could be done. That would help to provide that.
We'd be happy with if the waiver is granted, we'd be happy to add to that approval condition that subsequent plannings, maybe as approved by the zoning administrator prior to zoning permit issuance, be done within that 50 feet.
Anything else, Jimmy?
Nope, happy for the moment.
Thank you.
Sure.
I keep hearing that the goal for this area is uniformity and a standard streetscape, but I just have to read what the regulations say. It says the RPDI district is established for land that is comprised of forests, bodies of water, and the objective of the RPDI is to protect such natural attributes for public enjoyment and to carry out development activities in harmony with the natural surroundings. And I'm not thinking that clear cutting and removing the buffers, doing that, or even this building and some of these giant warehouses are in harmony with the natural surroundings of this area. So,
Thank you.
And I would just say as a whole, right, not just on this site, but as a whole, the RPDI is that 40-60 split, as Ken and I both mentioned earlier.
yes,
You know, 230 acres has been proposed for conservation, 170 for
and I
development.
agree with that, but that industry is supposed to be in harmony with the natural surroundings. And to get to the history of how this keeps getting, the buffers keep getting waived, if you go way back, the first few developments, the planning commission sort of forgot that there was a waiver requirement, so two of them didn't do it at all. And I remember Peter Lyon saying, you drop the ball once, you don't have to keep dropping it. So I think there's a strong reason for natural buffers that aren't touched.
I think we do provide that. If you look at the overall plan, maybe Ken can find it, but there is a 200-foot buffer around the back of all residential properties, and there is a 100-foot buffer between all other properties.
Right.
So, I mean, this waiver that we're requesting, quite honestly, it makes the property look more appealing, I think, than to leave scrubby trees. And we could do it, but I guess it just doesn't appeal to me to have pine trees in my front yard that look like they're half dead.
Yeah,
I mean, it doesn't.
I think, as Hugh was saying, we sort of have to deal with the regulations as they actually are and what they're asking. So maybe eventually we go to the planning commission and describe, you know, exactly that we want a uniform and standard streetscape.
If I may, I understand that the 50-foot buffer is actually something that's on the agenda for planning commission to review.
Right.
So
we can't really do that.
That's not our job here, no.
I mean, I'd love to make some more motions.
Well, you come to planning commission.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd still go back to, it's not that we're asking for anything that isn't bound by the regulations. There's specific provision that allows for a waiver of this buffer, as we went through all of the reasons why it makes sense to waive the buffer. And there's over a decade of history of planning commissions and DRBs agreeing with that sentiment.
But normally a waiver comes with, what do you give us, community? What are we getting?
In our opinion, we're getting a more attractive streetscape than keeping unnatural reclaimed or pine trees planted specifically to stop erosion that was occurring on an old sand pit. So this isn't even a natural wooded area. It's something that was replanted very close together. So the bottom of these trees are dead in order to stop erosion for an old sand pit that occurred, you know, back in the 20, 30 years ago?
90s.
90s, yeah. You know, so it's a very unnatural area of the park anyway.
Yeah.
84. Because Wickham owned it before Hector owned it. He was.
You know, you want to can you put that the photo back up, Ken? I just point out that you know, you can pick it out like a sore thumb on the ortho photo. It's a very unnatural looking area.
I can only speak for the cell the last cell that they did, and unfortunately, Al had to reclaim. He had to replant a number of times because they just didn't take. And I think it was before. I mean, I'll speak louder. I was involved in the last reclamation cell where this property is located, and Mr. Scannell was required to plant at least 4 times as my memory because the trees, it was just too sandy and would not.
How do we expect the landscaping to survive?
I don't know.
We now put topsoil in the holes when we plant the trees, and you can see that most of the trees that we've planted in the past couple of years have taken.
You can see the grid pattern here. You know, it was planted in order to stop erosion, not to be saved as a buffer. You can see the remaining, you know, wooded area, you know, to the north, the wooded area, it sticks out like a sore thumb on an ortho Google Earth image. It just is a very unnatural spot. So if this is the time to, you know, introduce a third different type of streetscape in the industrial park, I just don't see this being the location. And as I mentioned, you know, we're talking about 0.3 of an acre. So the clearing that we're talking about, I mean, the lot's about 6.4 acres. We're going to clear about 6 acres of trees. So we're talking about like 0.3 of an acre of very unnatural trees to be left for, I'm not really sure the purpose. I mean, if we're going to create street trees, add landscaping in between the ponds, as Hubie suggested, we're more than happy doing. We think it will be a much more attractive looking project.
It's all for you.
Yeah, just my turn.
Can I ask a question with that?
Yeah.
I mean, we do have a tree warden who could maybe provide, we do have a tree warden who could maybe work with the applicant to figure out something that would be suitable for the town. And if they could arrive at a decision after this meeting, maybe we could just.
We've done that.
We've done that several times.
We have that. That's where the streetscape came from. Well, the whole concept of the streetscape. Let me touch, if I could, on the, since we're really hammering on the buffer. Let's touch on that a little bit. I would argue a little bit. Well, I argue a lot. That's true. I can't deny that. I would argue that the buffer is not strictly screening. Buffer is space in its essence. Whether it's screening or not is a different function of the buffer. Buffers can be sound, they can be visual, they can be just space. And that is an opportunity for that is an opportunity for the planning commission to potentially put some teeth around that and identify it. But hang on a second. But for example, the 200-foot buffer is supposed to be inviolate, is only allowed for utilities to go through it. So utilities by default have been allowed through the buffer. So that fragments the entries into anything. The 50-foot buffer, frankly, has not been, the areas that it was waived, the waivers first started being issued, it was not growth, it was not plantings, it was not habitat, it was some scrub, it was seedlings, it was not consistent, it looked like crap, to be quite frank.
Yeah.
And that was primarily corporate drive, is where that pattern was established. It was then promoted over onto Thompson Drive to continue that similar streetscape. And the streetscape concept came from the town tree warden. And it wasn't, we're not talking, it wasn't to isolate the boundaries, the buffers and so forth in between the property lines, the buffers along the 200-foot buffer around the outside of the RPDI. None of that was ever intruded upon. We are talking in this particular one, and you touched on this, but the current trees and plantings that are there are not natural growth. I mean, there's a lot of us in this world, there's a bunch of us at the table and in the room who were walking around in that space before those seedlings were put there. So they are not natural. They are intentional planting that was done by design by a previous landowner. So I would not argue that they are in harmony with the forest that's there anyways. So only talking about the 50-foot buffer between the proposed development and the road, it makes sense to me to provide healthy plantings as advised by the tree warden and the town guidelines that we have. So we have healthy plantings in there, not plantings that are going to die. They're white pine, I think. Isn't that whole planted area all white pine? Yeah. So white pine has a very limited growth, and once it grows up, it becomes very brittle and then is prone to damage anyways. So I would support the waiver as presented. I have supported the waiver as presented on other applications. I will continue to do so because it provides a better road. It provides a consistent streetscape along the entire roadway. It is in harmony. because it is the industrial portion of the RPDI. It is not, we're not talking about the intrusion into the recreation area at all. So, space screenings, plantings, I'm good.
Chairman, I'd like to read from the regulation buffers in order to provide visual screening. Okay, you said there wasn't screening. It does provide screening between industrial development and adjacent streets and residential areas, as well as to maintain trails and the natural environment to the greatest extent possible. So it's to provide visual screening. These tall trees that are, now I'm not against the waiver, okay? But I just want, as I stated, I think that the landscaping proposed here is, I'll say it, woefully inadequate, okay? It's not providing any screening. Under the 50-foot buffer waiver, it says, planning commission or DRB shall state this determination is approval, that is about a waiver, along with any conditions for mitigation, including a landscape plan. I think you've heard what I've said. I think that's what we need. We need more vigorous landscape. I do not disagree that those white pines that are planted there, they would not work in there. Okay, to try to save those for that space would not be realistic. I agree with that.
Yes. But we've got that iterated, right?
One quick note, in complete support of what you said, with what you did with the Reinhardt buffer zone is a good example of the additional plantings that were put in.
Okay.
Is one example.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, the stormwater facilities, limit what we can do, but in between them, more than happy, and we can slide them back a little bit more to create more planted buffer zone through there.
Yeah, and screening is not that you blank out everything, but you break up the lines, you know how that works. So.
Yeah, we could go every other, basically offset or something along those lines.
Plus, as Public Works noted, there are a couple of those trees that look like they might be right underneath the power line.
We know we gotta move a few back.
Yep. Nick, your opportunity. Sorry.
Thank you. I'll get us away from the buffer for a moment. A couple items I'd like to talk about or ask questions. The 20 space minimum or maximum for parking bays, it looks like on the plan you have that exceeded by 21 on either side and the farthest row of parking. I would like to see something that would be more in line with regulation.
Can you speak up, please? We can't hear you at all back here.
I'm sorry. Something along the lines that would be more within regulation to split it up with another cutout bay.
Yeah.
So perhaps cutting it out to 15, 15, and 10 in the middle.
Yeah, we have 2 in the middle. I think I had it in my notes, but it wasn't captured in the approval conditions. Right. But we can definitely add it.
We'll take it out by midnight.
Together in the middle. We can space them evenly and add a third, so that's less than 20 spaces in a row.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Earlier you had mentioned that you had submitted a new or revised lighting plan. Mm-hmm. Captain, could we pull up the lighting plan?
You're going to submit it you're going to hand it to us at the meeting. Did you bring one? Or I can find
we could look at the whole one if necessary.
Yeah.
That one is fine.
The other one's fine.
Meaning I would like to see visually explain what the changes are.
Oh, sure. Yeah, perfect.
Do you know which plan it is?
Yeah.
Sheet 3.
3. Yep.
Oh, it's slots. Yeah.
Two users in the Wi-Fi.
So we have building mounted lights on the south side of the building, here, and here. Staff's note was that this area seemed to not have enough lighting associated with it. So basically what we did was we got a pole mounted light, or we did have a pole mounting light here, and we had one off the screen here. So basically what we did was we added these 2 pole lights to kind of fill in the gap that existed in this area and in this area. So that's where the parking is shown. This is the outdoor storage area where there's a light. outdoor storage area where there's a light. These are the overhead doors in the back where there's a building mounted light, and then there's smaller building mounted lights above each pair of truck docks. And then in the back where there's a dumpster pad right here, we're showing pole mounted lights in the back as well.
Okay, you, if I heard correctly, you said that you added two. Where were those?
These two right here. This one and that one.
Okay. Is there any particular reason why you didn't add lights to the access points from the street?
Yeah, so the town has lighting standards along public streets. They're spaced every 300 feet. So on the overhead power poles that were approved as part of the subdivision, there's Cobra head, which most people are familiar with, the GMP mounted type style light on every power pole as they're spaced minimum 300 feet.
Go ahead.
I had a quick question for you, Kent. Was the question on the lighting, was that height? Was that?
No, I think there were, Brian, can you remind me?
I think it was.
There were a couple of spots.
I think it was gaps, but there's some intensity too.
Yeah, there was.
So I think we had these at 10 feet maybe, because that's what you need, generally for an overhead door. But we raised them to 14, so there's less intensity on the ground.
Yeah, I see one greater than 7.
Yeah, there were a few spots, I think, right by the front doors.
Yeah, the building mounted lights, as those are typically lower, the intensities can be harder to control because they're, meant to highlight the door that they're above.
And this is not the revised lighting plan we're looking at. Right. This was the submittal.
Original one. So then that brings up the question that this is the old plan. Where are the two that you added if this is?
Do you remember the date that you sent that?
Or is that a new plan?
I'm sorry.
This is the new plan?
This is the one with the 2 light poles on. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Missed what you were saying.
So this is the revised.
These are the 2 poles that we added. So the original one didn't have these 2 poles.
And like you said, they were 14 feet out over the doors instead of.
To raise the ones over the overhead door. So that
I have to check and make sure that's what it was, but usually it's because their building mounted lights are a little low. So that would be my guess of where the intensity issue was.
Well, we're seeing it looks like the new one because the old one that I have is slightly different.
Yeah, gotcha.
That's than what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else here from the commissioners before we open up the public? Hearing none.
Move to open the public hearing.
Motion was made by Dusty. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on it? All those in favor of opening up the public?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, folks, this is the opportunity where you have anybody in the room or online can raise their hand and we'll have an opportunity where you can speak to this particular application. If you have any questions for staff or for the applicants. I'll again remind you that we have oaths and I see Mr. Signorello, Ken. You were the first hand that I saw. Please come on up.
And please state your name and address for the record. And
You've got a chair right there, so if you don't mind sitting next to me.
also, Ian, I should say that some other people came on after you provided.
Okay, great. Well, I'm gonna have you take that chair if you wouldn't mind.
You really want us to answer that, Ken?
Hi, good evening. My name is Ken Signorello. I live on Brigham Hill Road. And
Project for the room.
And I'm speaking for the Conservation and Trails Committee. We decided at our previous meeting that we will try to have a member for every DRB meeting present. So that you can ask questions of the Conservation and Trails Committee and have them explain some of the ideas that we included in staff report, which you heard Ken talk about. On this particular project, you already know about the 50-foot buffers, obviously. I'll say 2 things. I think that replacing 50-year-old trees, a dense, very dense plantation forest of red pines, not white pines. You don't know, white pines are very large trees.
I was referring to the areas that were repopulated in the sandpit, which I was speaking to.
I would wager to say that there are many white pines that are in that population
Probably native,
that were planted.
okay.
Knowing the guy that planted them.
But the plantation that's going to be cleared for the 50-foot buffers, they're large trees, dense, true, overgrown, true. To replace them with saplings, I don't know if that's an improvement. Secondly, part of the 50-foot buffer is going to include water retention ponds. That to me is not mitigating landscape, it's actually utilizing the buffer for a purpose that maybe those retention ponds could be. Could be inside the property, inside the buffer, and that would at least preserve more of the buffer, landscape or not. That's it, thanks.
Anyone else in the room here that has questions or comments? Yes, sir. Come on up, and if you'd state your name and address for the record.
Yes, I'm John Larkin. I live on 6 Saxon Hollow Drive in Essex.
Okay, thank you.
And it's a question and a concern. The question is, what is the access to River Road or to wherever it is outside of these developments, both this one and the next one? Because we have a real concern with the increasing and increasingly noisy and smoky or whatever exhaust-filled traffic with large trucks up Sand Hill Road, degrading the residential properties along Sand Hill Road and on the properties west of Sand Hill Road.
And what staff answer that question?
So when this subdivision was done, they did a traffic analysis projecting what they were thinking the traffic was going to be. And if I remember correctly, the morning peak time was a little bit under 200 vehicles coming in and out of the road onto River Road, and the PM peak time, I think, was a little under 200 vehicles per hour. That was considering a full build out of all of those sites. I believe your particular project is projecting 2 morning trucks in the peak period and like 7 in the evening peak.
Yeah, we just give typicals. Yeah. We don't have a tenant in mind, so those sorts of trips are very directed to a tenant. But generally speaking, traffic, you talk in terms of peak trips, right? So the subdivision was approved for 180 peak trips. This project, we're expecting to produce 10.
And I would also mention with, usually I don't review the traffic studies that's done by our Public Works, but I did try to refresh my memory a little bit more for this one because I know it's a concern. The traffic volume number that they're looking at for over the year, they're looking at for the morning peak, the 30th busiest hour, and for the evening peak, the 30th busiest hour. So that would mean that out of the year, there's going to be 30 mornings and 30 afternoons that would likely have higher traffic. And there's 330 mornings and afternoons that would likely have lower traffic. So it's trying to balance that you might have more traffic at certain times in the year than other times. But again, it depends on the particular business. Some businesses change more around the holidays than others. But that amount when you see in the report, that's not necessarily the experience you would have every day. But it's trying to have this margin of this conservative margin so that at the heavier peak times in the year, the 30th busiest day, you'd have adequate capacity for that time. So understanding
also wanted to note that where the access is, I don't think we touched on that, but there's the subdivision that we're talking about is here, and there's a new town road that's being constructed that comes down to River Road to access it.
Will that be the main access to
the only access?
Yeah. So they won't be traveling over Sand Hill Road at all?
Not to get into here. I mean, unless somebody was coming down from Sand Hill and then going back up into it, but from 117, they wouldn't have any reason to go upstairs.
Well, that was my concern, my main concern. Yeah. Thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes, come right on up. Folks online, I see your hands. We'll get to you in just a second.
Thank you. Renee Reiner, I'm a business owner in Essex. I could have sworn you just said you didn't know who your tenant is gonna be. Was that, did I mishear that?
No, we don't know.
Ah,
We also said that this is a spec building that we're building.
Yeah, it's a warehouse use. If a tenant came in and it was not a warehouse, we would have to apply for a change of use. And any changes to our impacts would be re-reviewed at that time. But I would say that spec buildings without a tenant specific are very common and have been done in the industrial park for quite some time.
I think you might be misunderstanding that ours is not the next one that's out there.
you're doing two then.
No, I'm doing one. We're doing one.
Anyone else in the room? Thank you. Online, we have Lorraine. Lorraine, could you unmute, lower your hand, and state your question?
Did everybody take the oath?
Did you take the oath as well?
I
Lorraine
did. I put my yellow hand up. A couple of concerns on the wastewater retention pond. I thought that those only went into the buffer if there was no other place for them to be able to do that. Two, one of the issues that we have with that big Miller the Blodgett buildings, is the sound that travels, because the trees don't buffer sound that well, and there's a lot of residentials around. And I'm wondering if there's any possibility of considering a berm if they're going to dig up a parking area anyway, to maybe try to berm, because when you look at sound and how it travels, dirt works really well to block cars and trucks that only to a certain height you have to go, because most of the sound that's generated is generated pretty low to the ground. So I wonder if there's a way to consider some of that. Three, I'm a little concerned also when I hear an argument that the plantation is unnatural. Even though it was intentional, it is part of nature. Trees are natural. So regardless of whether it was intentionally planted or not, it looks to me, when I look at those areas that were put up, it looks like the reclamation is a failed reclamation. And I don't think that we should be comparing what we should do for plantings compared to the failed part, as opposed to the plantation part that has been there, I don't know, 100 years, whatever we planted, how long ago. They're needed it sits above the Winooski. We need as much tree plantings as possible. I also argue that when I hear someone say that scrub is not an environment for animals, whatever, we need everything for pollinators as well. We have rodents that use those areas. So I don't quite understand, given the zoning for that area. It's RPDI for a reason. It's not industrial. Even though they keep saying it's an industrial park, it is an RPDI park, not just industrial. There is a portion zone there that is industrial only, but not this part. So I wish they would stop referring to it as industrial park. It's really not. It really is meant to be in keeping with the natural surrounding. That was the primary intent of the written law. In fact, when we started going through the courts, when Hector ended up selling it, we actually won one of the court rulings in terms of the intention of the place. So when I hear things like trees are falling on cars and buildings, I would like to see documentation for that as well. I have not seen or found an instance where a tree or fell on a car or on a building in that area. So if you could provide documentation, I've heard that a number of times over the 10 years that we've been arguing about this. And that is another concern as well. I would rather see more trees planted than less. And in terms of aesthetics, because it's more attractive, I disagree. That's in the eye of the beholder. I think it's way more attractive for me not to see the buildings than to see the buildings when I drive down the road. Reinhardt did do a fairly good job of doing better plantings, as did Glavel, added some higher trees too that provide better screening. And screening is one of the requirements of the buffer. those are just some concerns that I have, especially with the noise and the pollution. One of the other issues that we deal with the Miller building is the idling trucks at night, and that also carries sounds, and it's very polluting because it's diesel fumes, and diesel fumes are very dangerous and carcinogenic. So I have some major concerns about the buffer discussion. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate that.
Can I talk about the Miller building for a sec? Sure. So my assumption is that this is referencing the residential properties abutting the Miller building. So that's a commercial building in the RPDI. They're required to maintain a 200-foot buffer to the property line with all residential uses. Planning Commission throughout the years been very, very strict about that buffer, no encroachment. As I stated earlier, this use is 2,000 feet for many residential properties.
Thank you. Patty Davis, if you could lower your hand, unmute, and give us your question.
Well, yes, my question is, how come Milton, South Burlington, Williston, and Colchester, in their zoning regulations, because my background's research, they are to put these types of buildings that are freight manufacturing classified industrial, not quantified industrial, because that's what it was when I was on the Planning Commission for Essex. It was quantified industrial. It's now, I guess, industrial. Why all those towns and their zoning regulations do not allow, or they have their freight manufacturing only adjacent to the entrance access to the interstate. They are just off the interstate. All those towns, not one of them, even my hometown of Colchester, allows freight manufacturing industrial to bisect. I'm not talking the building or the lights or the sound. I'm talking semi-traffic bisecting a town highway. Sand Hill Road is not a state highway, which is why we moved here. When we moved here in 2016, it said, and I quote, between CCRPC quoting what the old Public Works Director said, that the freight manufacturing industry, if it does come to Saxon Hill in the next 8 years, so I moved here in 2016, that they will be using Route 15, Allen Martin, to get to Thompson Drive and to Corporate Drive until the access road between Thompson Drive and Route 15 is completed. I have that documentation, and for whatever reason, all these waivers, the waivers that you're talking about, the brush and everything, I'm a master gardener. Nature lives in that brush. You've ruined people's lives that live on Maples Court because of the exhaust coming through because you cut all those trees down. And I walk along Saxon Hollow Park every day with my corgi twice a day and have to have 10 feet away from me a semi going by. And let me tell you about a traffic study. I'd like to see reduced demand, not induced demand. When they're talking about level of service, you're going by all these statistics of level of service and the induced demand. That's a bunch of crap. How about reduced demand? We are a residential zone and the largest residential zone community. I don't have a problem with the buildings. I have a problem with the trucks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate you agreeing with some of the comments, but this is a very strictly run meeting, so we'd appreciate it if you would keep that to yourselves, if you don't mind. Gil Allen, if you don't mind, can you?
Hey.
Did you swear in, Gil?
Yes, I did raise my hand earlier. I'll lower my hand now. I raised my hand in the room, actually. I was there earlier to get a little hot. Just wanted to, first of all, I wanted to verify the question. I think I know the answer, but that is that the waiver of the buffer in no way accommodates or allows that property to accommodate a larger structure than it was originally zoned or sized to. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So my biggest concern actually kind of goes back to what Patty said. If in the report on the traffic handling, in there they list that at peak AM hours there can be up to 90 vehicles coming egressing and ingressing on that property at peak, over 1 hour at peak activity. At PM peak activity, they're listing up to 82 vehicles coming in and out of that property. I'm assuming most of these are shipping vehicles. Many of them may be large semi trucks. To Patty's point, you're going to have trucks coming down 117 using their engine brakes, and I'm wondering, like, what times of the day, what hours are we going to be having to listen to that kind of noise pollution? This is going to be so. I'm all for industrial development in this area. It will help lower the tax burden on the citizens in Essex. We've got Blodgett ovens over there. It employs Vermont citizens, in Vermont residents. They build a wonderful Vermont product. They ship it internationally all over the world. It's kind of apples to oranges when we're talking about an industrial manufacturing unit and a shipping unit with eight shipping bays and 90 trucks coming in and out of there in the early morning hours. And we're not even talking about how many are coming in and out of there over 24 hours and the hours between 12 a.m. and 7 a.m. That's a lot of noise pollution, and it's a lot of diesel exhaust with nitrogen dioxide. The other speaker was correct. It doesn't just cause cancer. It exacerbates asthma and COPD. It's dangerous, and we're talking about a lot of additional traffic. And I'm just curious as to how whoever did that study came to the conclusion that 117 and this access road can accommodate that kind of traffic.
Anything else?
That's it.
Thank you for your comments.
But who did the study? I mean, that was my question. My question is, it's not just a comment. How did somebody conclude that 90 vehicles coming in and out of there? I mean, are we going to put a traffic light on 117? That's a ton of traffic that 117 is going to have to accommodate.
Yeah, so the traffic study was done by Wall Consulting Group. It's already been sent to the Agency of Transportation, and they agree with the recommendations and conclusions of the study. As part of the application, we're not proposing a light on 117 because it doesn't meet the warrants, for one. VTrans isn't interested in having lights that aren't being met by the proper warrants. What the traffic study also talks about is certain impact fees that'll get paid through the Act 250 process. They call Act 145. Essentially, VTrans has a capital improvement list, 2 projects within 5-mile radius, I believe, of this project being Sand Hill Road and 15 intersection that's been talked about, realignment and signal for a very long time, as well as North Wilson Road at 117. So we're paying substantial fees into those 2 projects that are on the state's improvement list.
It answers my question. I'm not satisfied. I think we're making a grave decision putting a shipping distribution center in there instead of a simple manufacturing unit. It's going to be a nightmare, but we'll see.
Brian, did you want to talk about your structure again?
So this proposal is only proposing 10 peak PM trips associated with the project.
Say that again.
The proposal that we're currently reviewing.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and say it again, Brian.
10 peak PM trips are associated with this project.
You may be confusing this with another application that we may or may not get time to review this evening.
Okay. I may be. Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask you something?
To be fair, the traffic study covering both projects was done for the industrial park. So the industrial park is approved for 180 trips. So as long as the proposed development within that industrial park stays below that threshold, all the recommendations and conclusions remain the same.
I was just going to mention that at the
180 trips per hour? Sorry, 180 per hour?
It's in the peak time. Yeah, that was approved as part of the subdivision. So that was already reviewed and already approved.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that there's gonna be 180 trucks going through that intersection during that hour. It's saying that the intersection can handle that much. I'll remind everybody, we've already put 4 buildings up on the north side of Thompson where our traffic trips, I don't know the exact numbers, but I don't even think we're meeting 20 or 30% of what that road and what those intersections where those trucks and cars and vehicles that are leaving there, we're not even meeting 20 or 30% of what we were approved for. And I think there's going to be a similar situation here where they're just not going to see that many. It's not like.
Yeah, I'd say, the traffic study generally talks about peak trips in the AM and PM hour. So the reason that those are the governing hours for an industrial park is generally that's during commuting hours. So the expectation is during those hours, it differs depending upon the use, obviously, but there will be a large component of commuting traffic associated with those peak hours.
For community. Well, the specialists have weighed in. They know more about this than I do. I'm not going to belabor the point, but I appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you.
Gil, I encourage you, if you have further follow-up questions, feel free to please email us to staff, and staff can answer those directly as well.
All right. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else in the room? Yes, ma'am.
Can I come up?
Please.
Just real quickly, I'm Mary Post. I live in 1 Cindy Lane.
And you swore in earlier, correct?
Pardon?
You swore in earlier?
I swear now, I'll be a good girl. Anyway, all I want to say is that I listened to this meeting and it's all about the technicalities. We did this study, we did that study. One thing I never ever hear is anybody addressing what the citizens are saying about, yeah, the studies may show this, but all I know is I can't breathe anymore because there's so much pollution. I can't stand the noise. There's too much noise. All these complaints. We complain to the select board. I think people complain to the planning commission. We all complain amongst each other, and nothing is ever done to address the human complaint. You could just come back with all the, this technology. Now, I think, I'm against this, but I also know that I live in this community, and if there's a vote and all the people want it, okay, that's the way it goes. But can we ever have a time where we really listen and pay attention to the people in the community? Not everybody can come to a meeting like this. There's got to be a way where we start listening to the citizens. That's my big complaint. I don't think we're really listened to. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I appreciate that. And I will just reiterate that since January 1, since the division of select board and developmental review is very technical, and that's exactly what we're here for. Planning commission is now to handle those types of complaints you're talking about, those concerns that people have. It's great to reach out to staff if you have questions or would like to have some issues addressed. That's what the planning commission's job is now.
I'd like to add to that too. The Essex Town website is an excellent website. You can go on there, you can click on any of the commissions, the select board, planning commission, DRB. When the next meeting is, you can get the agenda, you can get this whole pile of paper that we get and so on. It's all there. And so for the select board meeting, same thing, okay? Everything is there, it is available. So if you choose not to do that, that's part of the problem, okay? Is that I think that you need to know that the resources are available. And I think they've been more available now than they ever have been.
I think a lot of us have gone to meetings. I've gone for years and years and years to the planning commission before you were even on it. And we could sit down. I invite you to have coffee with me sometime, and we'll talk about all the experiences we've had. Okay, and I hope that it's getting better. But I would wager to say that so far, if it is getting better, it's in really tiny little increments.
Yeah, I don't mean to cut you off here, but we really do have, it's getting late in the hour and we have a whole nother application that we may or may not be able to get to. So let's try to keep this on target for this particular application if we could. Dustin, you're good? No other comments in the room for this application?
Everyone.
Yes, sir.
My name is Ray Rittner. I did raise my hand earlier.
I saw.
In Essex. I'd like to thank Mr. Sandoval for all you've done for this state. And this gentleman here, I don't know who you are, but you are brilliant. So you got a good right-hand man. Thank you for all you've done.
I appreciate that.
Yep. Sure. So cheers, everybody.
Seeing no other questions online, seeing no other questions here in the room. Any other further discussion back and forth with public? I see none. I would be willing to take a motion to close the public hearing at this point.
So moved.
I'll second.
Moved by Dusty, seconded by Nick. Any further discussion here with the committee members? None. All those in favor of closing the public hearing section for this application, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the motion passes, you could say aye. Motion passes 5-0. All right. Commissioners, further thoughts about this particular application as a discussion? Nick?
I'd like to hear maybe other commissioners' suggestions or thoughts on the removal of our condition item 3. B.
Here, back here.
There's a discussion point among the group. I would like to hear others. Sorry. As well as my thoughts on the parking issue that was addressed, but not a condition. I'd like to hear or see that as well. But other than that.
Can you outline that for us a little bit?
Yeah, the regulation is no more than 20 parking spots per bay. And the current plan that we had was 21 times 2. And so the plan was for them to break it up into 3 pieces. And so as long as that's a condition, I'd like to see that.
Okay. Thank you. Dusty?
Just to run down through the conditions that I was, I'm seeing essentially strike condition 3A, possibly even striking some of the language in the findings, like around 371. I would also advocate, I think applicant requested striking 3D. I would advocate modifying condition 3C to just say install bike racks. If the reference that is included is not something we've adopted or listed as one of our reference material, I don't think we can necessarily make it a condition. And I think it's enough to say install bike racks, and the tenants will have to respond to the people that are going there if they don't have enough spots. So I think that will be a tenant-driven choice as to how many and so forth. Condition 3D, I would suggest we delete or strike because we have it. 15, I would break into 15A and 15B. 15A, I would.
Why do you want Dusty?
I don't have that one. Hang on a second.
487.
485, yeah.
Landscaping.
Yep.
We get to it, so I know exactly what I was talking about.
Yep.
So 15A, I would strike the last sentence. I would on 15, I would put a 15A, and I would start that with all landscaping and let that continue to the end of the sentence that says seasonally possible. And I would strike the remainder. And then I would create a 15B that just says the new condition to reflect the waiver as requested, and indicating that the landscaping, there should be a landscaping plan for that buffer. And there should be no structures created within that buffer. I'm not sure, don't have the exact wording on that in my mind, but it's just basically to split that out, to acknowledge the waiver for the 50-foot buffer, but to require an enhanced landscaping plan for the buffer after being clear cut. And there are examples further up on Thompson Drive that could be used as an example for that. And that would be approved by staff.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I knew where I was going with that. But it would basically be and also there would be an addition on 371 under the findings that the planning commission supports the waiver request as submitted.
Other than me. I do not support it.
The planning commission as a whole would support it with an exception. We can decide how we want to frame that, but if we're voting as a committee, a board, and there's an approval, then it's the board that approves it.
The vote would show a no.
Yeah. And that's just to acknowledge the planning commission, planning DRB findings.
Are we putting in wording that if we are waiving it, there would be adequate screening as you told?
I would not say, I would enhance landscaping plan is how I would put it.
So it could be anything.
Yes.
More robust. More robust landscaping plan as approved by staff.
I could accept the word robust. I'm not as concerned about it. We know the intent. We could reflect in the landscaping findings as a second finding that the DRB would like a more robust landscaping plan for the buffer that includes some sort of screening. I'm not personally not supportive of that, but in recognition of the
elements as well.
In recognition of in recognition of the input from the other commission board members, I would say that would be a second bullet underneath the additional findings.
So I have that captured. DRB would like a more robust landscaping plan for the 50-foot buffer with elements of screening. Is that what you want?
I would go with that. Sounds exactly what I said.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yes, to be approved by staff.
To be approved, but that's in the findings, not in the the finding. The condition would reflect the approval by staff, and that's really all I had for notes going down through.
What about yourself, Sharon?
What?
Anything else that you?
No.
QB? Oh, pardon me.
Well, I would disagree with Dusty in that line 385, 3B, the applicant shall revise the plan to include connection from the shared use path along Kimo Drive to their site and from within their site to the building entrance area. I think that we should continue to leave that condition in.
Okay, that's a discussion point then.
I agree with what you've said about as far as the bike racks are concerned. Trying to scan through here, is there a requirement for a stormwater permit for this particular site?
Yes.
Do we have that? Is that in this condition somewhere? I can look in and there's sort of the many lines
Isn't
here.
that a state stormwater?
Yeah, so we'll be under Act 250 jurisdiction.
Right, I just wondered is it in the conditions here somewhere? I've been looking and looking.
Yeah, you can include all applicable state permits with
Yeah, I was just wondering if that's in there somewhere, that's all.
No, I didn't see it. I didn't flag it either.
Sharon, we can add all applicable state.
All applicable state permits.
Yeah, it does say number 7, there is a state stormwater permit and general construction permit were required.
Oh, okay, that's in the book.
Okay, so I could not find it.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, yes, okay. Let's see. No, I think I agree with the wording on as it says, again, as I stated before, I just think this whole section needs some work. But as a part of the regulation, it says if the waiver is granted, the planning committee, DRB now shall state their determination in its approval along with any conditions for mitigation, including a landscape plan. So,
right.
So we should say, why are we providing this? Why are we providing the waiver?
And I think that was reflected in the waiver request, the reasons why. So
okay, so
Yeah, but that's the applicant's reasons why, not the reason why town grant a waiver.
So that's a point for discussion, but I was proposing just as an additional finding that we accept the waiver as requested, meaning reflecting their request. So that's what I was.
Yeah,
that's
but
what I was
it's required that we put this in the approval.
Right, yeah.
Sorry.
That's exactly, I mean, that's what it says. We should state why we're doing this, okay?
Yep.
And because that's what the regulation says. We're asking for a landscaping plan. That's what the regulation says.
Do we have your parking squared away? Sharon, you captured that, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
We need a condition.
A condition, yeah. If you want to frame a condition?
Do you think you captured it, Sharon?
Oh, I'm
Do you
sorry.
want Phrasing.
Okay, let me go look back. The parking, refresh my memory a little more. Parking on
Parking bays shall not exceed 20 spaces per bay.
20, yeah,
Applicant shall.
20 spots per bay. Current is 21 by times 2, break up in 3 pieces. So that's what I have. So basically you only want, because he's proposed 21 spaces, you want it broken up into 3
bays.
3 days.
Put in 3 bays.
Break up
That
into
makes more
3.
sense, right?
Yes, that does. I have. Just gonna go back and look at the thing I wrote at the time. Whenever there's a condition, I always mark it. We're gonna talk about that.
Okay. Yes.
I just have to bring this up one more time because I'm a bit confused about it. The original 5-lot, development, we discussed that there would be 3 options.
We can't hear you, Sharon.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. That there would be 3 options for completing the connection to the road, and that we would address the choices with each application. The escrow and the other options that we're doing.
That's not where we're at.
Yeah,
I'm just, I thought we were doing that with each site plan, discussing.
I was under the impression that this was with each development plan. Not site plans, right? Because this particular development has already been approved, so the subdivision's been approved and we're looking at.
Right, and we moved the option for completing the road into the 3 findings and we said that we would address that later as each lot came up for.
I'd have to go back and look, to be honest. I thought there was with each development.
I did look at
That's
that
not my
today.
memory.
Yeah.
I did look at the initial one that the staff presented to us outlined 3 options. When the applicant came back, when we continued it and they came back, he provided a series of conditions
Right, and you
that
said
would
that
trigger.
it wasn't appropriate at this point, but to address it as each lot came.
No, all the conditions he approved talked about, and like option 1 was the amount of percentage that was completed.
Yeah.
And then there was also discussion about an ongoing issue or discussion with the town that would potentially involve land exchanges and so forth. So he outlined pathways that would get to it.
And then staff recommended the escrow idea.
That was from.
And then when I listened to the meeting, we decided to move it to the findings and address it as each new lot was applied for. So I'm remembering wrong.
Yeah,
I'll take a look at it.
I don't recall that was captured as a condition.
Yeah, we took it out of condition, so it's just a finding, which probably was a mistake. But so let's just move forward if it's not in the findings. It's not in the conditions.
Yeah. Okay. Any other discussion?
We had another item that you brought up, and that was 3B.
Yep. 3B being the applicant shall revise plans to include the connection from the shared use path along Kimo Drive to their site from within their site to the building entrance area.
Yeah, that's different.
Then what?
Then I don't recall requiring multi-use path acknowledgement and connection to the building. It's generally been to the site, and then internal movement was more either the parking area or the internal sidewalks. It wasn't just calling out a multi-use path connection to the building. That's the part that throws me a little bit. Connection to the lot is one, but then once you get to the lot, it seems to be more the requirement of the applicant to provide the internal flow, the responsibility of safe movement and so forth seems to be on them, not on the town.
Right, and as they have proposed, it doesn't do either. Because if you were at the site and you wanted to get to the path, you'd need to walk across the ditch to get there. And alternately, if you were on the path, you'd have to walk across the ditch and then across the road. So it doesn't make either of those connections.
And again, which is why I was saying strike it, but if there's a desire to make it map to the connection to the property, I'd be comfortable with that. I'm not sure how it would happen. It might be like a maybe a crosswalk like down Martin. But
Yeah, for every new building, flashing beacon all over that street. You know, so typically you don't have crosswalks for those sorts of things. I think what staff is getting at is like a sidewalk from the parking lot, say, to the street. You know, I would envision it parallel with one of our access points. Basically, you know, we wouldn't go down the center, you'd need another culvert across the roadside ditch.
You know, so probably follow one of the curb cuts, but you know, in our experience, this type of development doesn't produce many pedestrian trips in an industrial park. And the ones that do, you know, our office on Corporate Drive, I have no problem walking down our driveway to get to the rec path that's on Corporate Drive.
I think minimally, all that's needed is just a connection from the path to the roadway so that somebody could get from the path to the road without going through the ditch. And then if they wanted to walk or bike and share the driveway with other vehicles, that would be minimally a way to do it. Otherwise, right in the middle of the building, between the driveways, you could have a culvert that spans the ditch, so you could go across the road, and then you could have a walkway that just goes to the front.
Middle of the driveway, that's a violation.
What's that?
Nobody structure. You said.
What's that?
You said walkway in between the two entrances?
Yeah, I mean, you can build connections to the building through the buffer area, just like the driveways would be.
No, you can't.
You can't put driveways to the building?
Can't put a walkway to it, the building is straight, you're doing a bridge through the buffer. Anyway,
I'm not gathering what you're talking about.
I'm saying we don't build anything in the buffer beyond the. As soon as we start, anyways, that's going down a path, but as soon as we start saying, well, we can build this and build that, then we're basically, we're really going down a slope that's more than 20 degrees.
My understanding of the regulations is that we would be making an effort to make bicycle and pedestrian connections to new buildings. If the DRB is not interested in doing that in this particular context because they don't see the need for it, then you can use your discretion to.
Again, I would advocate for striking it completely, and the rest, now it's locked up to the rest of you guys to swing at and beat it up and do something with it.
Nick, do you have a preference? No, I think Hubie mentioned that he would feel strongly to keep it, so I want to hear from Hubie myself.
Yeah, I think that Ken laid out one thing is how do you get from the pedestrian path to the road? Okay, there's going to be a little bit of a ditch there. So maybe it's that fill in there. And then a way that it's clear that a pedestrian could walk down one of the entrance drives and get access to the building. Whether it's line striping or a sign. I don't necessarily see a crosswalk mark there with beacons. I don't think that's the idea. But, you know, it's so that somebody's not jumping the ditch, okay, and they can get in there without getting run over.
Do you know where anywhere else in town where we do that?
Where to provide access to get across the ditch?
Yeah, I mean, we could be building something that may never get used because it's in the wrong place. I mean, we're gonna be building driveway accesses to all of these properties. And I think people are smart enough to realize if they can cut across the grass, they will. If they can't, they'll go through the driveway with a bike or walk. I mean, we don't have to lay things, in my opinion, we don't have to lay things out for people that we don't think can think anymore either, you know?
Now, again, the regulations, and we approved this plan with a sidewalk. To me, sidewalk means there are going to be people, and there might be people that want to walk to this work. It's possible, okay? So to get from the sidewalk to the building, they need to get across that ditch. it would be nice to have a little pad there, okay? I don't think that's a big deal.
No, but if they're coming, and I'll just say, I'll end it at this, if they're coming from one end or the other of the road, they'll take that driveway entrance and come in. They won't walk past the driveway to use the middle. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting crazy here, but it just seems like.
I'm saying it can line up with one of the existing entrances, okay? It doesn't have to be a brand new.
We could pave one wider and strike it or something.
Yeah, I don't think it's a major ask.
No, it's not.
And we get, again, there's a sidewalk there.
Yeah.
Okay, no, a sidewalk.
We can pave one access a little wider and put a stripe on it. That's perfect.
So Hubie, would you frame that as, change the framing of B a little bit to meet your applicant's revised plan?
Stop it right at, it said the applicants are revising plans to include a connection from the shared use path along Kimo Drive to their site, period.
Okay. Strike the rest of it. Sharon, is that
Yep, yeah, perfect. Oh, sorry.
wrong, Sharon? That work for you?
I usually do that.
Nick?
Sounds good.
Okay. Other Sharon, do you have that now?
I have it.
Okay. Great, thanks. Any further discussion? Okay. I think we might be ready for a vote on this one. Would anybody like to make a motion? Not the ones. Fine.
I can make the, I'll offer a motion, and I would ask commissioners present to provide comment as we go down through to refine it before it actually gets seconded. So I would approve, make a motion to approve this application as written with the following modifications. Line 141 to 143, strike. Line 371. First bullet, this planning commission accepts the waiver request for the reasons outlined in the letter from the applicant dated February 12th, 2025. There's a 50-foot buffer waiver request, and it's included in our packet. Second bullet. Sharon, can you help me with that one? You talked, what was the other? Additional screening. There should be an additional landscaping plan, or the plan, the DRB is looking
That
for
includes elements of screening.
a more robust landscaping for the buffer that includes elements of screening. Moving on to the conditions. Let me get to them. We got lots of them. Okay. Condition 3A, strike. Condition 3B, modify as board member.
The applicant shall revise the plans to include a connection from the shared use path along Kimo Drive to their site, period.
I would jump to the right. No. There we go. Next one, 3C, change, modify that to just say applicant will install bike racks.
Do you mind doing it something like to consult the guidance? Because really my intention with that is it shows about site layout, and I'm feeling like their plan might not have adequate space for the bike racks. It's not the bike rack itself. And I think it would be suitable if they just at least consult.
Shall consult?
Regulations.
I'll try and mention that we're okay with that
You
language.
could do a may consult.
How about may consider consulting?
Guys, hold on.
A bike rack
No.
can go inside, right?
No, I'm going to say no. The bike rack shall be installed. And when we adopt if we adopt that condition or that document as a reference document, then we can say, using this document as a guideline. Personally, commissioners can modify that and friendly amendments if they wish. 3D strike because the condition's already been met. Condition 15, break into a 15A and a 15B. 15A was going to be just simply the landscape language. And 15B was going to be
I have it, the new condition to reflect waiver as requested in the enclosing. I'll have to figure that right out.
It would be a landscape plan. The waiver is accepted for the reasons as stated, but it will also include the
give our
An
reasons?
enclosed landscape plan for buffer and no structure to be approved by staff.
We give the applicant's reasons, but we still.
So that's what- There's one word on strike 15B. The new conditions to reflect the waiver as requested in all landscape plan something.
And a landscape plan.
And a landscape plan for
that
buffer.
includes elements of screening to reflect the level, reflect the language that we inserted. in the finding.
Yeah, a robust. A robust.
Oh, yeah, enhanced, yeah, yes, thank you.
And then there was a new condition for the parking, and that was, you caught it, but it was modified plans to show 3 parking bays.
Correct. So item, would probably one condition, item 19.
Well, it'd be different because they got to renumber it because we struck a few prior to that.
Right, sure.
Yeah, so I was just looking for a new condition. Because the numbering sequence is off.
Rich Sharon, Development Review Board, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the 3 days for the.
Yeah, I read that, so I have it.
You read it back, but
Right, it's here, I just, I don't have a moment. 20 spots per day, okay, here we go. 20 spots per day, current is 21 times 2, break up in 3 days and make that a condition.
Yes. So the condition would be parking.
Shall be broken into 3 days.
Right.
Correct.
so Sharon, to your question about adding our reasons for the waiver, they've got reasons here, and my statement was that we accept the waiver request as written in with the
Those
date.
are
and
their
time.
reasons.
But those are the reasons that I would reflect in, so that's why I would be accepting this. So now, if somebody wants to second that, we can, and then you can do amendments to the actual language if you wish.
I'll second the motion. Any further discussion?
Eat it up.
Yeah, I think we should. I think you're right in that we should, if you want to list in there the reasons that we.
I think we're giving reasons that the applicant, the benefit the applicant, but not that the reason for the benefit the community. I'm not sure that I agree that it looks better.
Would you accept that the development review had various interpretations of the requirements for the buffer and the waiver? And then there was not complete agreement across the board for that. Sure. As an additional element in the finding, in our planning.
I mean, I don't think it's necessary in the finding because that's not really what the, yeah, and the findings, yeah.
The findings, because that's what we outlined.
Your additional PC finding.
Yes.
DRB finding.
DRB.
So I have the DRB had various interpretation of the buffer and was not all in agreement.
They were not unanimous on the interpretation.
Correct. Work.
Yep.
So you want to offer that as a friendly amendment? I'll accept it.
I offer that as a friendly amendment to say it all.
No. How about you?
I would be in favor of that friendly amendment.
Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion? We have a motion that's been made, a lengthy one, and amended, and been seconded. All those in favor of approving the application with its said amendments, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
And the motion has passed at a count of 4-1.
Thank you.
For the record, Sharon.
Appreciate your time.
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Always good to see you. Given the hour, it's now 9 o'clock. We still have a whole nother application to do, and I'm not sure that we have the time to do that, time or strength to do that this evening. How does the rest of the commission feel?
Speaking for myself, I feel I can move forward.
Okay.
Given normally I would say no, I would not want to move forward at all. I would at least like to have the staff presentation, the applicant presentation, and allow members of the audience that are here to offer their comment, even if we don't rule on it tonight or do deliberations on it tonight.
Correct. Everybody's here and it's not really.
I think it's fair. And potentially we could use a deliberative session on our own to follow up on this if that's an option. But I think we should hear the folks that are here without necessarily getting into deliberations. I guess is where I would go.
Continue, just like you could.
I don't want to continue in public.
Yep. Correct. Whatever. Yeah. Let's hold the hearing open and continue to that point.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we should continue. There's not much question. This will continue to another meeting. We're not going to make a decision tonight. Let's not fool ourselves.
That's fine.
Okay. Try to get as much in as you can. So
I'm fine with it. I just want to make sure everybody else is.
Point of order, are we going to let the applicant speak and then let the public speak and then we'll do the deliberations? We normally do the other way around, just so that they can.
We would do staff first, applicant speak, and then we do the public, which is how it's been. And then we would more than likely have to continue after that. So we don't have to worry about the deliberations.
And I'd recommend maybe limiting public comment to 2 minutes.
Yep.
And then encouraging people to, if something has been said, to just say, ditto, I agree, as opposed to needing to restate.
Yep. We're going to get another chance.
5 minutes so I can stand up.
I think that would be a great idea.
And maybe this will go all the way through if we've talked a lot about the same things with this.
Correct, that's true. So folks, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break just so we can stretch our legs and some of us that might have to use the restroom. Oh, yeah, absolutely. No. We're going to resume the meeting. And at this point, we've now come to the next application on our agenda this evening. This would be the site plan for Scannell Properties LLC. First, we will go through the process just as a reminder to everybody in the room. We'll have staff talk to the application. We'll have the applicants get an opportunity to give us some information here. We will then open up discussion to the public to ask any questions of staff or of the applicants. I will remind folks that this is again, we are a quasi-judicial meeting here, and we do have strict guidelines about how we have to operate. We are looking at regulations here today. We're not here to discuss anything else other than the application that's before us. There's a good chance that a lot of stuff that came up that might have questions here, we might have just answered in that lengthy application that we just reviewed. And if during the time, and I'll remind you again as we get to public speaking, if there's a moment where somebody has said something and you agree with that, but you want to make sure that your name is on record for saying so, ditto is a perfectly fine response. Okay, any questions? We'll get to that shortly. Kent, if you don't mind, go right ahead.
Okay. So I'll just start out again, sort of what I had mentioned at the very beginning of the meeting, that this application is following subdivision approval that had already happened that created the lot that they're now proposing to have a building in. So certain aspects have already been decided. For example, the traffic impacts that have been looked at for the entire development has already set a threshold that's been approved by the state and by the town in the previous subdivision application. The applicant is using up about half of the capacity of that study that was done. And so just a reminder for that. So their proposal is to have a distribution facility where for Amazon being a tenant, and trucks would come from the highway, large trucks would deliver the products at the building. They'd be repackaged into smaller local delivery vans that would then be distributed for delivery. So instead of people getting their Amazon delivery through UPS or the postal service, they would have their own vans doing those deliveries. A couple things, there were only a few things, and I'll just go through here. Couple folks.
One thing, did you note what the application, the proposal is? For the record, the proposal being.
So this is a proposal for 107,000 square foot distribution facility, along with associated parking, landscaping, lighting of the stormwater management that's needed for the site. This particular lot is just under 23 acres, this particular lot. And as part of this lot, it does have one of the required buffer spaces along the eastern side of the property, which shares some trail easements over there too, that the project won't impact. And along the 50-foot buffer area, they've also provided a waiver request to be able to develop in that area, similar to the last project that was in. The reason for that is for the stormwater retention spaces, similar to the previous project, and for the driveway access areas. This waiver request differs from the other one in that they've provided some offsetting mitigations to where they're providing extra landscaping on other sites of the property to make up for the lost area that's along the roadway. One piece that I would just like to add in our parking requirements do mention bike parking. It's not very specific what the requirements are. It's really site specific. In this particular area, if you're unfamiliar with it, there is biking facilities nearby. There's going to be a path that's going to go along the newly created road. For this particular site, it's more likely that you'd have employees biking to it because that's who's going to be at the building, and indoor facilities work really good for employees. So to the degree that you could find an indoor space to accommodate people would be great. It's not really a recommendation other than just a consideration I wanted to throw out to you. And it seems like you could use your discretion to figure out what would work best for the people working there. But that seems like a really good opportunity. And to try to satisfy them in the building would probably be preferable than spaces outside. It seemed like there were a few spots in your lighting plan where the lighting levels may have exceeded our maximum amounts. That should just be revised on your lighting plan to just make sure it's in compliance with our requirements. And Public Works noted that the hydraulic analysis for the running the town's water model wasn't completed yet, but that could follow. They were happy with that, being able to just follow this review as long as that's submitted before we get a zoning permit to start any work. And I think that there's, well, and then I just wanted to also highlight similarly the Conservation and Trails Committee had similar concerns about the impacts of the 50-foot buffer area and wanted to see less of an impact in that area. And they also noticed that you have a very large area of impervious surface on your site. They were looking for ways to maybe minimize that. A suggestion that they had was looking for parking that might be underground in your building was one thing that they were thinking of. But I wanted to pass those comments along to you also. Let me just double check that I don't have anything else here. That concludes my comments.
Commissioners, questions for staff? Nick, I'd like to start with you.
I'll refrain from asking more questions of staff today because, like I say, like you said, it's getting late. I'd rather hear from people that are here and our applicants. So I'll hold on.
Okay, Dusty?
I'm good at this time.
Sure.
Same thing.
Okay.
Just real quick, I'd like to say that because there don't seem to be many comments from Public Works or the fire department or whatever, and I think this has been a very complete package. So I'm assuming that there aren't many problems with this. So that's just the comment. I'm assuming, again, that Public Works had ample time to review all of this stuff and so on.
They have, and they put together really a very complete package.
Yeah, because I mean, like I say, they usually provide us quite a number of little catches here or there, but there weren't many here. So,
staff, if commissioners are all right, then let's open it up to the applicants. Gentlemen, if you don't mind stating your names and who you're representing or what you're doing here, we appreciate it.
Yeah, so I can start. My name is Leo Layton. I'm here representing the applicant, Scannell Properties.
My name is Jeff Polovinsky. I'm an attorney at Gravel and Shea in Burlington, and I'm here to represent Scannell Properties.
My name is Jonathan Greeley. I'm the head of economic development for Amazon.
Can you all speak up so we can hear?
And a little more slowly, please.
Yeah.
All right, my name is Dave Gagnon. I'm a civil engineer with Langen Engineering here representing the applicant.
Thank you.
And we do have a couple other team members here with us. Matt McMahon with MMR, local consultant we've been using, as well as Chris McLean, who's with Langen, and he's our traffic engineer.
Thank you.
And so I'll keep things brief. Just wanted to give an intro, but I think Kent covered a lot of it. A lot of it was covered in the previous application as well. So, we did the intro to the team. We're here for a site plan application. It's a lot within the previously approved subdivision in phase 2 of Saxon Hill. I get that traffic is outside of the purview of this review, but I do want to at least address that we have heard the public concerns and understand that traffic specifically on Sand Hill Road is a concern. So I just wanted to provide some more detail on that aspect of our project and hopefully ease some of those concerns that the residents do have. So from a standpoint of truck traffic, this is a very small generator of truck traffic. Really, the trucks that are brought in and out of the facility are just during, I'd say 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., 1 or 2 an hour. And they're bringing in the products that ultimately get sorted. And all of the traffic throughout the day is either employees coming to the site or deliveries leaving in the van fleets, the Sprinter vans. And those deliveries will, be determined based on where the packages are going. So ultimately, the route they take will depend on who the nearby resident is that ordered a package and is having it delivered to their doorstep. And, just another comment, obviously, there are Amazon packages coming in and being delivered to the homes of nearby residents. And one of the reasons that Amazon, and Jonathan will speak to it more, but one of the reasons that this site was chosen is because there is a large population. There are a lot of packages being delivered. Right now it's being done by other operators. But Amazon coming in, choosing this site allows them to service the largest radius, the most population within that radius, and really just improve that delivery time and hopefully create a more efficient process. So those are a couple of things I wanted to hit on. The experts here on our team are going to get into more of the details, and obviously we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
So just quickly, once again, Jonathan Greeley from Amazon. Do my best to be brief out of consideration for the board and for the folks assembled here tonight. This is the first time we've done this in Vermont. And so we're excited to be here. We're excited to have this conversation. We've had a very productive dialogue to this date with the folks at the town, and have tried to do our best to listen to those comments, those concerns, the feedback we've been getting. And it's great to hear that's reflected in the kind of the initial comment we made about the package we put together. I'll reiterate what Leo just said, is that this investment is designed to benefit our customers in the state, of which we have many. And so the goal here is, by investing in this last mile facility, is to ensure that our customers benefit from the same level of service in terms of delivery speed, in terms of product selection, in terms of single chain of custody, as folks get throughout the New England and the rest of the country. Today, everything that's delivered to you by Amazon is third party. And so at some point in time, Amazon drops it off with USPS, UPS, et cetera. Our goal here is, with this facility, would be to kind of be a single threaded owner of that entire process. As a last mile delivery station, product will make its way here from warehouses throughout New England, primarily probably Massachusetts and Connecticut, but stuff can come further afield depending on the product. Ultimately, it would make its way to this building, be sorted, and then sent out, let's say, what's called approximately 70-mile radius in the area, and make its way to your front door. I do want to note that while we don't have any facilities here, we do have a lot of partnership beyond our customers, and that there's more than 600 businesses in Vermont currently that use Amazon to reach their consumer. And so in 2023 alone, I think there was the average business generated 250 grand of revenue through Amazon.com and sold over 6 million items in total. So we're already here. We already have customers. We already have businesses selling on Amazon.com. This is the kind of final piece of that flywheel to make sure that we're able to kind of deliver the best of the best service we're doing, making sure that we're doing so in a manner that's consistent with the land use policies and development objectives of the town. So I'll stop there and let the team go into it, but obviously here to answer any questions that come up from either the board or the public. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Jonathan and Leo, and thank you everyone for your time tonight. My name is Jeff Polovinsky. I'm an attorney at Gravel and Shea in Burlington. And, one of the things I wanted to note at the outset is this site is located across the street from the one that we were hearing about before. So given that and given the hour, I'll cut down on a lot of the background, but I think there are a couple points that are worth hitting again, or worth at least noting. As we heard before, the Saxon Hill Industrial Park, or much of it, was managed as a pine plantation, and this site is no exception. And when you looked at some of those aerial photographs that were up on the application before, you could see those long linear rows of pine trees. I'm not going to say whether they're white or red. Just a lawyer. Okay. They're mostly white. Okay. I thought I read there was some Scotch pine in there too. Yeah. Okay. So it's no different than the Lot 11 application we're looking at. And after the property was stopped being used as a pine plantation, it was the area was, as you know, used for sand extraction. And as we all heard, the site is currently zoned as Resource Preservation Industrial District, the RPDI, where storage, warehouse, and distribution facilities is a permitted use. The District Environmental Commission, the Act 250 folks, have designated this area as an industrial park, and true to that, we see a lot of industrial uses in the area. Importantly, there are no residences in the immediate area of this project. And I think, as we heard Kent say before, residences are not a permitted use in this district. And the proposed project is generally consistent in size and scope to a lot of the other developments we see on Thompson Drive and Red Pine Circle. For example, there's the Reinhardt facility, which was originally approved as a 137,000 square foot facility, and the Autumn Hart facility was originally approved at 106,000. So that's kind of right in the ballpark of what we're talking about here. in terms of 107,000 square foot facility. And, you know, I think Kent mentioned this earlier, but I think this is probably not news to you all, but I thought it might be helpful for the benefit of folks in the crowd to understand that we're here tonight to talk about just the site plan review of the project only. We talked a little bit before about the lot on which this project was created pursuant to a subdivision application that already happened. So that the subdivision of the lots and the road is not something we're addressing tonight. And I wanted to note as well is that there are a host of other project aspects that the site plan review is going to address. Other parts of the project are going to be addressed by other permitting processes. We're going to go through the wastewater permitting process, the stormwater permitting process. There's a highway access permitting process that's going to happen, and then of course Act 250. And for example, you know, as part of the Act 250 process, there's going to be a detailed traffic review. So there are certain aspects that we're going to be touching on tonight, and certain aspects that are going to be addressed, that already have been addressed as part of the subdivision review, and then will be addressed as part of other state permitting processes. In terms of the application, as we'll address more, we believe that the project complies with all of the site plan review criteria. And the one that we've been talking about the most tonight is the waiver. Like the previous applicant, we're requesting a waiver of the 50-foot buffer. And like the previous applicant, the reasons for our request is very similar to theirs. And I think you'll see that we have a pretty similar waiver application, albeit there's some mitigation that we proposed to offset some of the clearing that's done in the buffer. But I do want to just note kind of at the outset that after seeing what happened with the last application, the applicant would consent to a similar condition to what was included in the application that we just saw now earlier. So now as we kind of get into some of the more technical site plan, technical aspects of the site plan review, I wanted to introduce you to Dave Gagnon, who's going to handle some of those.
Thank you, Jeff. Just for the record, my name is Dave Gagnon. I'm a civil engineer with Langen Engineering. And I just want to really briefly run through the existing conditions of the site. We have a couple aerials I'd like to share if we can, and then get through our proposed condition. So as you're pulling that up, I could get started, but our project will be located in the recently approved Saxon Hill Industrial Park, Phase 2. We are lot 13, which is on the eastern side of Kimo Drive.
Is this one okay to start with, or you want to?
Can you flip up maybe a couple slides? That's one of the people perspective of.
Yeah, these were all saved as different. What was it called as a file? Because these are each coming in as individual. Let me just look at another one. Does it look like an aerial photo?
This works.
That one? Okay.
Yeah, this works. And there should be one other slide, but apologize for not compiling that. Yeah, so our lot is lot 13, which is directly east of the lot you just heard. It's east of Kimo Drive. It's that hatched area that you see kind of central to the map.
He's getting there.
Yeah, we're getting there. So it's located in the same zone. It's located in the RPD I-40 zone, which is the Resource Preservation District Industrial. Access to the site extends to the south from Kimo Drive. So all traffic would take Kimo Drive down to River Road, which is State Road 117. You'll notice that the site is isolated really from any other residential properties. So I believe we have at least a 2,000-foot buffer from any other residential properties. As you'll see there, the lot is just under 23 acres. Can you try and find the next slide, Ken? That shows it's kind of a tighter aerial.
It was an aerial, not the drawing.
Yeah, it might be another existing condition tab. If not, that's fine. Yes.
Does that look like it?
Okay, great, thank you. Apologize for the trouble there. So on the east side of this map, outlined in yellow, is our lot, lot 13. And as previously mentioned, the lot was historically mined for sand. And then a pine tree plantation was planted on the site. And you can see that pine tree plantation on the western edge of our site and also extending to the south. On the eastern portion of our site, there's more of a meadow, and I think that's a remnant from the former mining operations. On the north end of our site, it's a little more lightly wooded. The topography of the site generally drains from the northeast to the southwest. So everything wants to drain to the west or the left side of the site. There is a transmission line on the east side of the site abutting the property line. And just to give you a context of the surroundings, there is a solar field directly south of our site, which is an industrial I-1 zone. As we mentioned, to the west of our site would be the future road of Kimo Drive. Beyond that are the 3 proposed or previously approved industrial lots. Just to the north of our site would be the future Palmer Access Drive, which is just a short little drive to access to the east. And to the east of our site is an undeveloped kind of industrial zoned area. It's also important to note that along the eastern edge of our site, there is a 100-foot no-build buffer, which, it's a no-build buffer, so we didn't touch it. And there's also some dirt roads running through the site that you can see. Okay, and that's it for the existing conditions. Could you flip to our proposed condition? You had it earlier. I had it earlier. No. Oh, yes, perfect. Thank you. Okay, this is their proposed application. As you can see in the center of the plan, we are proposing a 107,000 square foot distribution facility. And as we mentioned, this is going to be an Amazon last mile. And this is the facility that will bring the parcels to your homes once they're ordered. The employee lot is located due south of the building. So these are for the employees that will be working in the warehouse or the employees that will be parking their car to drive the vans. Directly west of the employee lot is basically our van lot. So this is the van fleet lot. So what happens is employees will come in the morning, park their car in the employee lot, pick up the van, and then kind of off to pick up the package and deliver it to your home. Due north of the facility is the truck loading area. So trucks will come overnight. As mentioned, we're expecting 1 to 2 trucks an hour overnight. These are tractor trailers, so it's a minimal kind of truck generation. Due east of the site is our van loading area. So what would happen here is the van sitting in the van lot would get a call that the package is ready to be delivered. They would exit the van lot. There's a one-way circulation from the south to the east into the north for the vans to kind of drive around the back of the building. They go to that canopy, pick up the package, and then they're kind of off the Kimo Drive, down to Kimo Drive, and then wherever the final destination is for the particular package. So that's a little bit about the site operations. As far as pedestrian connectivity, there is the multi-use path on Kimo Drive, and that's on the eastern side of Kimo Drive, basically abutting the property line. So we provided 2 sidewalks to access that multi-use path. Difficult to see on this plan, but there's one access path extending along the employee access drive to the multi-use path. So there's a sidewalk there. There's another sidewalk basically from the van lot going to Kimo Drive, and that extends further into our site to the employee lot and to the building. So we have 2 pedestrian connection points at Kimo Drive, and then a number of sidewalks throughout the site. I would like to note that we are compliant with all the bulk requirements. As far as the minimum setback, we're required to have a setback of 50 feet. We have close to a 100-foot setback, and this is a front yard setback. And as far as the side yard setback, there's a requirement of 25 feet. We have over 300 feet setback from the side yard. From the rear, there's a 25-foot setback from the rear. We have over 140-foot setback. And as far as coverage goes, we are permitted per the zoning regulations to have a maximum site coverage of 60%, and we're only at 50%. We are asking for a waiver of the 50-foot buffer for many of the reasons that you've already heard. And I could get into some of the specifics, but I'll be relatively brief. The first point is we are required to have street trees, and these street trees are typically placed within the right of way. And due to the multi-use path, basically abutting the property line, there is no space for those street trees to be placed within the right of way. So we are essentially forced to put that within the buffer. So you have street trees kind of lining Kimo Drive on our property to meet the town requirement. Another major reason for impacting the buffer, and we did try to keep it as green as possible, as you could see, is the topography is higher on the right and lower on the left side. So everything wants to drain to the left side. And this particular site has no stormwater outfall. So we were, as part of our design, we were required to basically detain and infiltrate the 100-year storm, which is a lot of water. And there's also relatively high groundwater. So we ended up putting two basins, one basin on the southwest corner of the site in that buffer. It's an infiltration basin. It'll be planted with a meadow mix, so it'll be wet for a day or two and then drain. And there's a portion of another basin kind of just north of the van lot that kind of barely extends into that buffer. We looked at putting these basins underground, under the parking lot. We did find isolated areas where we could do subsurface detention under the parking lot, and we put it there when we could. We just couldn't fit everything there. So all in all, we have 4 surface infiltration ponds, and we have 2 subsurface infiltration ponds to accommodate, that 100-year storm that we have to infiltrate. And the other reason for really impacting the buffer is we are trying to provide some kind of uniformity with the previous application and the rest of the industrial drive. All right, there is one more slide, but if you can't pull it up, that's fine. We did try to mitigate this the best we could, and we did this by leaving as much green space untouched as we possibly could. So on the north side of Kimo Drive, you'll notice that we're not impacting the buffer at all, that 50-foot buffer. Just east of that, there's a relatively large area. It's about 2 acres or so. We're also leaving that.
Okay, I didn't realize you had one I could scroll through before. Is it one of these that you want to see? Oh, I'm sorry, it's not coming up yet.
Yeah, there you go. The colored one that you just had.
Was it the colored one?
Yeah.
Okay. I was only finding the individual files before.
I'll talk to myself. Okay. All right. Okay, so this is basically a buffer mitigation plan. And the area you see in magenta on the west end is the area that we're impacting the buffer. We are planting street trees in this buffer. We are providing some shrubs, additional trees, and some stormwater basins. It'll be mostly green, but our curb cuts are cutting through this area. The utilities are cutting through this area. So to mitigate this impact, we are not touching the buffer on the northern end that you see in green. And we feel this ties in the conservation area to the north. Just east of that, there's a large kind of bluish hatched area, dark blue. This area we're also leaving in its natural state. This is almost 2 acres of untouched land. And directly to the east of that, there's a light blue area. So this is also part of the 100-foot buffer that we're not touching. This is 3 acres of land that we're leaving in this natural state. So these were some of our mitigation measures. And as our attorney mentioned, we are also willing to supplement that buffer with additional plantings, additional trees to provide a, kind of a thicker screening and a thicker buffer. So we're willing to work with the town with that. That's generally it. There were a couple comments, I think, on lighting, and we did look at our lighting plan. There's a few areas that are a little bit higher than the town standards, so we're happy to revise that to comply with the town standards. With that, we're happy to. Oh, bike racks, yeah, we're willing to, the bike racks will accommodate that as well. So we'll work with town staff to accommodate bike racks. I think internal to the building, works. There's a locker room. There are facilities for the employees, which we're happy to accommodate. So.
Thank you.
That's it.
Commissioners, questions for the applicants? Start on this side.
Notice on your plan, you have van exterior launch pads. So just an interesting choice of terms. No intentions of using any drones here or anything.
That would be a different meeting.
Okay, yeah. A couple, you have on your parking, it says 211 associate parking stalls, 271 van parking stalls. Now, are there going to be employees within the building, I assume? And so you're going to have employees driving vans. There seems to be a disconnect there. It seems like you got a lot more van parking spaces than you do for employees.
Well, there's going to be, there's going to be about 150 van drivers at one time.
Yeah. So why are there 271 van parking spaces?
I don't think the van lot is going to be parked all the time, but there is some room for some, if the demand is a little bit higher than we initially anticipated, there is some room for some.
Also, what happens too is that a van driver would arrive in their personal vehicle, then leave in a van. So you have to have additional space to allow for that.
For the overlap. Okay. All right.
And what else so we can hear? Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to address the board member. So one thing I'd also say too is that we deliberately design these things to have a little bit extra because we do not want to queue, right? So we want to try to make sure that our activity is on site. We don't want to have lines of vans or cars queuing out in Kimo Drive or beyond. Additionally, as you can see from the site plan, there's a lot of attempt to segregate the different kind of uses here. So you want to make sure that associates, Amazon employees coming in and parking are not conflicting with vans and or tractor trailers that may be arriving. Right?
So that makes sense.
There's a lot of attempt and quite honestly, a lot of practical learned experience from the facilities we have across the country, right? So
people that are driving the vans are going to park in the van parking area. Yes. And okay, I can understand, right? Also, will there be any maintenance of vehicles at this site? No. That's all I have for the moment.
Karen?
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet? Good. Nick?
The northernmost portion of the property, hypothetically, what could you or would you have used if you didn't have to maintain the 60-40 split?
Well, the 60-40 split, we're allowed up to, I think what you mean is it's 60% lot coverage that we could have. There's also wetlands up there, so we're trying to avoid the impact of wetlands. I don't think we would really want to use it for anything. We have our curb cut, we think in an appropriate location, so we just felt it was a good location to leave in its natural state. And it's an area we didn't need to impact.
Did I hear that trucks would be coming to property between the hours of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.?
Yeah, that's when the majority of the trucks would be coming to and from the property to drop off those packages. So then in the morning when those drivers arrive and get in the vans, the packages are sorted and ready to be picked up. And then I'll just add that, Amazon is very intentional also about avoiding the AM and the PM peak hours. So even with those van drivers that are leaving in the morning for their daily routes, their schedule is adjusted to be before the AM peak hour. So you're not adding significant traffic during the busy time.
one of the things I like to say is we don't want to be in your traffic or do our best not to be your traffic, right? So we're trying to design these buildings around standard AM, PM traffic peaks and make sure that we've got our kind of van departures, before or after those traditional peaks.
Was there any discussion about potential charging stations for e-vans in your fleet?
So we have a broad goal as a company to roll out 100,000 electric delivery vans by 2030. And so we have them operating in a number of states. One of the challenges we have here is the kind of the range limitations of electric vans, right? So I would say is that a TBD, right? So I think you could, there's no immediate plans, but often we will launch these buildings and then retroactively come back and work with electric charging.
Okay. And also, was there ever any discussion about potential for parking below the building, above the building, so we don't have massive parking lots?
Yeah, I mean, so we had the comment of potentially putting stormwater under the building, and I think we also had the comment of potentially putting parking under the building. And I would note that we are putting some stormwater under the canopy of the building. So this will take the roof, this will take the northern side of the site, and we'll take the canopy. Under the building is a very difficult spot for stormwater because you're not going to get any infiltration just due to the compaction of the soil. There are a lot of clays out there, so the building's going to require some ground improvement to hold up the building. And this makes parking under the building very difficult to do. So we just didn't think it was feasible from a constructability standpoint. And it's very uncommon to see an industrial development that has parking under the building.
Questions, Mr. Chairman?
I did have one about the truck traffic. So are there going to be large 18-wheelers from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.?
So that's when the long haul trucks would be coming to the facility. Yes, they would be coming.
Which way would they be coming?
They would be coming from Highway 89 and then using 117 to access.
So not at Sand Hill?
Nothing on Sand Hill, nothing on the local road.
I was just thinking of braking.
Right, yeah.
I think we've heard that, I mean, we've done a lot of due diligence. We recognize that that is an expressed concern by the community, and we're going to work really hard to avoid that. The natural way those trucks want to come is from the Interstate 17.
I think there are residents all along 117 also.
Mm-hmm. Right, but I just was going to say, is like one of the things we heard about was Sand Hill Road. And that's
yeah.
Pretty confident we're not going to have trucks on Sand Hill Road.
Thank you.
Anything else? Just a quick question to kind of pull off from Nick's, the EV, are you planning to put any EV infrastructure in at the point when you're actually building this? And I'm talking about not just for the future of, perfected EV vehicles for deliveries, but for staff. This is a pretty big area for electric vehicles, and we'll probably have some staff that will need to charge. So is that going to be something that's within your plan?
But I would say nothing precludes it.
That's it for me. No, okay. Great. No further questions from the commissioners at this point. I think it would be great to have a motion to open.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Thank you, Sharon. Sharon has made a motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Trustee is seconded. Any further discussion about opening? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. So this is a point where we actually have the opportunity for both public, both online as well as in the room, an opportunity to speak specifically. I'll remind everybody again, this is specific to this application and the information that we have before us. Again, anyone that has not sworn in, we want to make sure that you do swear in before you speak, as well as if somebody before you has said something that you agree with and you want to make sure you get your name on there, if you don't mind just saying ditto, that'll help us get a chance to move along given the hour that we're at. I do see someone online, so I'll start there and then I will come back to the room. 2 minutes, yeah, everyone has 2 minutes, and then we'll give you a bit of a buzzer and see where you're at.
And if they could tell us if they've taken notes.
Correct, yep. Aiden's phone, if you could drop your hand and unmute and tell us your full name, where you live, and whether or not you took the oath earlier. Aiden, you have not unmuted yet.
Am I off mute now?
Yes, you are.
Hi, my name is Aiden Kajupa. I live in Montpelier. I did not take the oath earlier. I'll take.
I'll have you pause first before you speak. And just ask if the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, to the best of your ability.
Yep.
And could you spell your last name for me, please?
Is that necessary?
Yes, for the record.
Koziupa.
Thank you.
Sure. So, Vermont is a very green, and I think we try to, minimize or are trying to reduce carbon emissions. You guys are proposing 215 petrol vans. You're paving paradise, and you're also not including any EV charging or, it looks, what is the size of the parking lots? This could be or even the rooftop of the proposed 107,000 square foot building. Where's the renewable energy? Is there any? This is, to me, this just looks like global warming continuing, and with a $1 million company like Amazon itself. What are you doing besides burning up fuel and polluting Vermont air? Besides getting packages shipped, within a couple of hours. I could wait for a package, and I, so where's
we're at time here. So was there another question, or was that your question?
No, where's renewable energy anywhere in this footprint?
So I'll let the applicant go ahead and answer that.
Can I just make a suggestion? What if we gather questions now? It's 10 o'clock. I'm just aware of everybody's time and pretty sure we're going to be continuing this.
I would get the comments and
back and forth. Sure. Yep.
Can I offer one response to that? Just something might be helpful for the group. Amazon is the largest purchaser of private energy, the largest purchaser of renewable energy, private purchaser of renewable energy in the world as a company, right? And so that's a pretty substantial bottom line investment in renewable. Also, I want to point out the trips are already happening, right? The deliveries are already happening. So we're trying to find a way to make them more efficient.
Thank you. So I think, as suggested, I think given the hour, if we could have, everyone will have an opportunity to ask the questions. What we'll do is we'll gather those questions, and we'll continue this application to the next available meeting, which everyone who signed in would get a notice of such, and we'll be able to have all of these questions that have been gathered presented to the applicants, and they'll have an opportunity to speak to that when we get together again. Okay. Someone in the room. Yes, ma'am. Come on, step right up. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Julia Gennari. I'm a resident of Burlington.
Okay.
I did have a technical question for the applicant. I imagine through Dave, and then some general comments for the board. I wanted to know if you did a groundwater mounting analysis for the stormwater system, Hantush method or anything else. I was wondering if you could just answer yes or no for that. Maybe I won't.
I think we should just go collect the answers again.
So
yeah, just to be fair for everybody.
Okay, so if the answer is no,
that you didn't, I have some comments about it. If the answer is yes, that you did, I'm sorry to be redundant. Looking through your stormwater management plan, I didn't see any reference to that or anything in the hydrocad model, which shows that you did. So I ran a quick calculation based on infiltration basin A1 and the information shown under CG 201. This resulted in a local groundwater mound of up to 14 feet around the centroid of the basin, which based on the seasonal high groundwater table in that area shown on that plan, it would be overflowing the rear and the top of the bank for that 100-year storm that you proposed to completely infiltrate. So I guess to the point of that, I understand that you would need to provide all of that information in your state operational stormwater permit application and any minor amendments that you would need to make to your site plan during any other state permit process would probably not trigger any amendments for you to come back to the local board. So my comment to the local board in response to that is that any changes that would be made on that site plan, if you would consolidate and consider tandem parking or pervious pavers or anything to reduce the overall impervious cover on the site, to which the stormwater management is directly sized in comparison, would not be something that the public would be able to see, understand, or review, because this technical review process, semi-judicial period is really isolating for a lot of people. And to say that all of these things will be addressed during the A&R permit process or a future Act 250 permit process is not something that the public will show up to and give comment to. And so I really just hope that the board will use their discretion when they review this to understand exactly who the applicant is and the power that they have to really listen to the people in the community and see that regardless of the fact that a manufacturing facility or a maintenance facility or a warehouse or distribution facility is allowable as a permitted use in this zone, that the owner and the operator is also something that's really important. And unlike the previous applicant, we know exactly who the owner operator is proposed to be.
So we have time here. Thank you. Online, we have Lorraine.
Hi, thank you. To the point of the previous speaker, also I'm in distribution. One of the major concerns I have and we struggle with sometimes is the Winooski River, and that the county has identified North Wilson Road as well as one of the corridors for transportation in our county. And that is flooding more and more and more. And my concern is with that amount of impervious surface, it's going to add to the flooding that we're already struggling with. I don't think it's a wise idea to have that much impervious surface that close to the river, and especially have concerns about it eroding 117 as well. That we saw, we had sinkholes on Scannell Road. My other concern is meeting the town plan requirements of economic development and the history of Amazon, and that since 2022, it looks like Amazon shut down 99 logistic facilities in 30 different states, and they just shut another one down in Canada. And so my concern is having a stable partner for building economy here. And that's a serious concern because Amazon does not have a great reputation or history with how they treat their employees. And also my other concern is about housing, and it's not on a bus line anymore. So if we're going to be green, that bus isn't going to run there anymore in terms of getting workers there. And where are we going to house the workers for this pretty big place? So a number of concerns. Thanks.
Thank you, Lorraine. Back to the room. Yes, sir, in the back. Yes.
Robert Valancet, West Stickley Hollow Road. I did see the traffic study, and it's unfortunate everyone's here because we don't see everything with state government and everything. And you said that there was a traffic study done and the state's already aware of everything, but I question commuting on North Wilson Road in traffic. If you ever sat there trying to get on 117, I hear about the trucks, but the vans are still going to be rolling during the day. The guys are still going to be getting there. There's 200 and some odd employees going there. So I would say before the one column is set on this building, that 3 poles go in and a traffic light intermittent or limit, what I was going to say here. Peak hour traffic light to be put on the intersection of 117 and North Wilson Road. That's all I have.
Thank you for your comment. Back to the web, we'll go with Mitch. Can you tell us your full name?
This is Dawn Gren, Essex, Vermont, and I have agreed to tell the truth.
Thank you.
Expressing my concern that we are having this buffer request made along the lines that it has been done before. At one point, we have to start saying no. We can't just rely on other decisions that may not have been a good decision to continue acting as if it is precedent. That's all I would like to say.
Have your last name again, Dawn?
Gren, Grenn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Here in the room? Yes, sir.
I'm Bill Kelfie and resident of Heinsberg, actually, but I do business throughout the state, running a company called Mighty. And Amazon is, their proposed distribution facility is not an economic win for Vermont. It's a threat to small businesses and workers that sustain our local economy. Amazon has a track record of undercutting independent retailers, avoiding taxes, and mistreating its workforce. We should not welcome a company that prioritizes profits over people. Amazon has built its dominance by squeezing small businesses, exploiting tax loopholes, and opposing worker organizing. You can find this in the news across the US and the world. Its warehouses are known for unsafe conditions, high injury rates, and retaliation against employees seeking basic rights. Vermont prides itself on strong labor protections and thriving small businesses. Amazon's model undermines both. As a founder of Mighty, a Vermont company, we're connecting shoppers to local independent businesses, giving direct delivery to their doorstep. And I think we should be supporting Vermont-based businesses and not sending our money to Amazon. Vermont has a huge economic issue right now. And right now, Vermonters are spending about $500 million. That's about $500 million a year with Amazon. And that's money that leaves our economy. And we need that money here to support everything that we love about Vermont.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments. I just want to remind folks what we're hoping for here is questions for staff or applicants, really specifically towards the application that's before us and the specifics of the application. I do get that everyone has some emotions around this topic, and it's absolutely okay to send in your thoughts to staff, and they will be collected to go along with the next opportunity that we have to meet with these applicants. I just, again, if you don't mind trying to keep things narrowed down to what the application is, which is what this board is here for. Yes, go ahead.
Renee Reiner, I'm a business owner in Essex. I'm curious about the secrecy. I believe that this project has been underway for some time, and the leak happened about 48 hours ago. Why wouldn't you tell us Amazon was coming?
That's not an appropriate.
It's not a question.
This is not part.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
This has not been done in secret. This is a normal process for applications. They come in and they're submitted to the town, to the staff. Staff reviews them, and they then are published for public hearing, which this is, and which was done. And it actually was published 2 weeks ago, or something like that.
15 days.
So it's been out there for like 15
And
days.
Amazon was in that 2 weeks ago? I didn't read Amazon listed.
Well, quite frankly, it's not Amazon that we're evaluating an application from anybody that comes in and submits an application. It's the regulations that we have to look at. It's been said repeatedly. We're here to look at something in regulation, not
apologies.
Well, no, this isn't apologies, but I think it's an important point. This isn't. And shut me off at any point. But we're not here to evaluate the value of a person. David, we're not here to evaluate the appropriateness of any business person, because we've already done that. The rules and regulations were created. What is the zone? What is allowed in the zone? The allowable uses. those are done and in place. And then business people come in and submit applications based on those rules and regulations, not whether or not we like them. It's whether or not they fit the application. So the place and ongoing, this has been a long time, we have to go and change the regulations. If we see something we don't like, we have to change the regulations, and we can't change.
Get hot on it then, please.
David,
And
don't
shut
interrupt.
up.
David, I haven't told you to shut up once, and you wanted to, but I haven't. So just chill.
Okay, go on. Go on.
Thank you, Dustin.
Okay. Yes, sir. I see you, ma'am.
My name is Isaac Danielov. I live in Burlington. I'd like to draw quickly a relevant historical connection, which pertains to the regulations as you were just speaking. So this is a concept that I just learned about called the banality of evil, which was brought about by German philosopher Hannah Arendt during the Nuremberg trials. She noticed that these humans directly responsible for the deaths of millions of people were just normal people wearing suits and ties. And they weren't malevolent people. They didn't have malicious intent. They were just doing their job. And so while I thank you guys so greatly, and I have the utmost respect for being public servants here tonight, I just want to ask you to remember that as we move through a world where our ecosystems are crumbling and the triumph of business ethics tears our nation apart, you are each responsible to decide not only if this meets our regulations, but if self-interested billionaires are allowed to penetrate our state of Vermont and your town of Essex. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna come to you, but I'm gonna go to the web. So I'm going back and forth between the web. So Nathan, you have your hand raised. If you could unmute, lower your hand, tell us your full name and where you live. And did you swear in at the beginning? Nathan?
He's unmuted.
He's unmuted, but we cannot hear him.
Walk away.
He's there.
Yeah, he's there. Nathan, why don't you work on what your technical issues, and if I'll try to come back to you.
You can maybe sign out and sign back in.
Sign out and sign back in, yeah.
That sometimes works.
Yep. In the meantime, we'll come to the room. Yes.
My name is Katie DeSanto. I am general manager at Phoenix Books in Essex. This is regarding traffic. So Amazon and Jeff Bezos successfully devalued the book with a capital B in this slow, insidious way, cloaked in an online good deal. That was only the beginning. Toy stores, hardware stores, our pharmacies. Now it's supply chain infrastructure that we actually already have in Vermont. Bezos and Amazon have devalued our concept of time, our patience, our delayed gratification, and delayed gratification is so satisfying. It's a lot like reading a book, actually. Based on studies, documentaries, and personal testimonies, they're devaluing people in the warehouses in which they erect. People who work to meet impossible pit goals and delivery times, which is what concerns me. Safety on the roads, all these little vans running around. And I am one of those people, I admit it, that I worry when I see little critters crossing the road and they get killed. And I know what River Road is like. There's carnage everywhere. So those goals that Amazon has on the flywheel, which is exactly what this is, a flywheel that we're all part of, and we all take part by shopping on Amazon, by the way. It's dangerous and it's happening. It's happening right now. Isaac said it. It's happening with suits and ties and nice people, and we don't feel it and know it. So UPS delivers my books to me. I give him gift cards. Bryce, my USPS delivery guy, is the sweetest man I know. I give him gift cards to our store. His kids shop with us. And why he's going to have fewer packages to deliver. UPS is going to have fewer packages to deliver. And there's going to be more vans on the road alongside UPS and USPS, because they're still gonna go around. You know, they're still gonna do the deliveries.
Is there a
And now
question
we're
about
gonna-
traffic though?
And now we're gonna add more vans, so I'm concerned, my concern is the extra vans on the road when we don't need them, because we have USPS and FedEx and UPS. We have an infrastructure.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Way in the back, you've been waiting, yep.
Okay, great. Let's step over here so everyone can see me. Hi, everyone. My name is Andy. I don't live in Essex, but for your
Susie, would you mind coming up here? The people online can't hear you from back there.
Great. What town are you from? I'm from Bristol. So I guess I'm from the neighboring watershed. So my question and concern is in 3 tiers. The first, I want to echo the concern of traffic, right? More cars, more trucks, more delivery vans on the road, more emissions, more creatures getting hurt. There are a lot of kids in Essex, right? Traffic is a big deal for little ones. In front of delivery vans, you don't have a lot of visual of little ones crossing the road. So that's one of my concerns. The second of my concern is about the watershed, right? The Winooski is very close to this proposed development area. And as we've seen in the catastrophic flooding the last couple of years, the Winooski River needs every bit of pervious surface that it can get. So my other concern is about the watershed. I'm just gonna get my note out really quick. My third concern is about immiserating your neighbors by having them work in an Amazon facility. We have seen the bottles of urine because Amazon workers do not get breaks. We have seen permanent back injuries because Amazon workers do not get breaks. We have seen the Amazon facility in Quebec get shut down for union organizing. So my question is, why would you want to put your neighbors in a situation of misery that would devalue the labor of everyone else in this state for a company that doesn't exist here and does not care about this community? So I guess those are my concerns. Thank you so much.
Nathan is back. Nathan, we have you back now online. Can you make sure that you're unmuted? Give us your full name, where you live, and then your question.
You bet. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Nathan O'Connor on 63 Cushing Drive, Essex Junction. I just had a couple, and I'm a scientist. And I have a great respect for the big tech companies. But my question is, what are the jobs for locals coming in? And the other thing I have to say, I don't appreciate seeing all the giggling from the people coming in from the company. It's kind of gross. I'll be honest about that. But what jobs are coming in that are high-tech jobs that are 100K plus for people in Essex Junction and not from outsiders? What's coming in for us? That's my question. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Nathan. Back to the room, left.
Hi, my name is Jenna Daniel. I'm one of the, sorry.
Come up so
they can hear you online. Okay. Thank you. Hello, my name is Jenna Daniel. I'm one of the pesky residents of River Road. In fact, your access point will run directly parallel to my driveway, so I will hear those trucks that you're not so concerned about from night to morning. I apologize for my voice. I'm a little emotional and shaky. I just want to highlight that while I do comprehend the role of this meeting tonight and I respect all of you, I want you guys to be very clear that this is just the beginning. It's not about what specific step in the process we are in. This community and this state will oppose you however possible at every single turn. You may not be worried about 50 people in this room, but we will get bigger and we will get louder and we will not allow this to happen. Please withdraw if at all possible. Thank you.
Nicely done.
Online, we have Tony. Tony, can you lower your hand, unmute, give us your full name, where you live, and your question, please? Did you take the oath, Tony?
No, I did not take the oath. But I will say everything truthful.
I'm going to cut you off, Tony.
Go ahead.
Before you speak, can you tell me that you will give us your testimony, the truth, to the best of your ability?
I will give you the truth and best of my ability.
Thank you.
My name is Tony St. Hilaire, and it's STHILAIRE. You can find me on the Teamsters Network. I'm from Heinsberg. I'm the principal officer of the Teamsters Union, and I just want to welcome Amazon to this meeting. And we are not going to walk away from organizing your location if you come in. I know that wasn't part of the DRB meeting, but I just want to welcome you.
Thank you, Tony. Back to the room. Ken Signorello.
Hi, I'll speak only to the application. Since I am not here on behalf of Conservation and Trails Committee, that's all we really talked about. Once again, I see a waiver for buffers being requested. And I think it was stated earlier why buffers are part of the requirements in the RPDI. In this application, I see approximately 25%, maybe a third of the linear length of the buffer will be housing or holding a retention pond. 2 of them. A third is not in the buffer. I don't see why that waiver needs to be granted. Those buffers can be, those ponds can be located inside, just as I stated earlier. Consider that if these are supposed to, the buffer is supposed to provide screening, these 25% of the linear length will have a clear line of sight. There'll be no vertical vegetation over these ponds or retention areas to the parking lot and to the building. So we said, and I want to advocate for the position of the Conservation and Trails Committee, do not grant the buffer waivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Back to the web. Let's go with E. Dunbar. If you could give us your full name, lower your hand, let us know if you had,
Hi there. My name is Elizabeth Dunbar. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
I was in the room earlier, but did go home and switched online. I have not taken the oath yet, so if you could give that to me, please.
Yep. You swear to tell the truth, give us your testimony of truthfulness to the best of your ability.
I do. I live in Essex, Vermont. I live very close to the building site. I lived closer before when I built my first house in Forestdale Heights in 1992. I want to ditto Don Gren's statement as well as Ken Signorello's. I've been hearing a lot about waivers of this buffer zone, and I feel that the committee is reaching over their boundaries to continue these waivers over and over again. Precedent should not be given over and over again. It was the interest of the town, and we voted on a town plan, and you are going against that town plan by continually going against these buffers. The only person that I have seen continuously sort of try to stand up for it is Sharon. Yet I see many other of you, mostly Dustin, kind of just bulldozing through that. And I don't think that it's right. I think you're doing a disservice to the town by continually knocking these waivers down. And I support making sure that you do due process and really listen to what you're hearing from the public. I personally do belong to a union as well. I personally, if Amazon comes in, would do anything to support a union being formed to protect workers at Amazon. And I agree with others in the room. I know that it's any business. It's just another, thing that's coming across your desk. But I think that you shouldn't be waiving these buffers religiously, it seems, and two, listening to the public about what kind of businesses we do want to have, not only here in our town, but in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the room. I saw in the red in the back. Sorry, behind you, ma'am. And if you would, thank you for coming up, if you can.
Sort of.
Yeah.
I'm slow. I have a couple of comments. I went to meetings, Lois Whitmore and 178 Old Stage Road in Essex. I went to a couple of meetings this past week. One was in Jericho and one was in Essex, when I heard the town planners listen to presentations by people looking at housing development in terms of modifications of Act 250 and also of Act 148. And in Jericho, the concern was what way development would go and what would happen along the Route 15 corridor, which, interesting enough, happens to intersect the tops of these properties at Saxon Hill and also Colonel, whatever it is, Drive. So the other meeting had to do with land use again, and the kinds of housing development looking forward. Now, both of the plans were looking very, very forward in terms of development. They were looking at more people, more housing along the existing corridors and the extensions of things. So in the past couple of years, we've had at least 2 of the 100-year floods already on North Williston Road, blocking Route 117. So if you can't get a truck through North Williston Road to the interstate, your alternative is the Route 15 corridor. Yeah? Yeah. So if you're not delivering things and you're trying to get them there on time, you're going to go up those 2 possible things, entering onto Route 15. I feel like planning needs to look at a regional transportation plan and table this until that is done, anticipating further development according to the town plans for infill housing and economic development. I think this is premature. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to know.
Back to the web. Gina?
Was that me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I believe that's you, Gina. And,
Yep.
And did you swear in earlier?
I did. So I just wanted to point out again what I did swear in earlier. So we can ask it. Yep. So I just want to point out again what Mrs. Zukowski read very early on when Scannell, who I believe owns this land as well, made his presentation. These people seem to be different people from the last guy. But the objective, so if we're going to talk about regulations and what the zoning is, the main objective of RPDI, Resource Preservation District before industrial, and the related O1 district parcel is to protect such natural attributes for public enjoyment and to carry out development activities in harmony with the natural surroundings. Development activities in harmony with the natural surroundings. And as a board, that should be your main, that's the main objective and purpose of that land. And that's what you should be protecting. I also, all that truck stuff will flow down Saxon Hill into the Winooski, and exactly as someone just pointed out, North Williston Road is often closed already from flooding. It was just closed the other day. Trucks are not going to be able to go that way. If they are smaller trucks that are under the weight limit, they're going to come right by my house. I border RPDI. I'm right on the Blodgett building. That buffer, even 200 feet, barely covers, protects our neighborhood. Corporate Drive, since they've cut the 50-foot buffers, we can see all the way through. It sounds like airplanes are idling in our backyard at all times. When I go outside and I don't hear noise, on the rare occasion, I notice the silence. It's so loud at all times. So when you cut down those 50-foot buffers along Corporate Drive, that was not successful to me. Scrub or wait big pines or now, I'd also like documentation of where this pine tree fell on a car or a building. If they're going to present that as part of their argument of why to waive a buffer, there should be proof and documentation, not just hearsay that that happened. I also have concerns about Amazon as an employer. I have concerns about the housing. Where are we going to put all these people? We are in a huge housing crisis as it is. So I'm just reiterating and ditto to a lot of concerns in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, I'm Eliza Graves. I am a Jericho resident, though I grew up in Richmond. I'm an 8th generation Vermonter and a current cancer survivor. I am extremely concerned about Amazon's involvement in Vermont. My husband and I previously lived in both California and Colorado, and we saw the extreme damage and destruction caused by Amazon workers and the company. We had friends working in Colorado, peeing in bottles, getting horribly disabled from the practices, union busting issues. And I not only have significant family ties here to the legislative and to, various workers here in UPS, in FedEx, in USPS that I care deeply for, who I desperately want to keep their jobs and not have them taken away by another private company that doesn't give any tax dollars to our Vermont government or to our back into our towns. But I also am extremely concerned on the environmental impact of having these large trucks and all of this extended vehicle usage, as I have seen it before in Colorado and California. And I live on Route 15, very close to the road. My windows rattle every single time. When the giant trash trucks, semi trucks pass right along I'm right next to Town Hall. So I do hear it quite often. And the last thing we need is more big, ginormous trucks destroying the roads that used to be dirt roads that I used to play on as a kid, that I understand need to be paved, need to be passed, but we don't need to put this many huge additional vehicle usage on these roads. It is already so dangerous. You can hardly cross the street in front of my house because of all of the increased traffic. When I was a kid, it was quiet. I love Vermont. I'm back in Vermont. My family is here. I am here. I want to be here. I've worked very hard to survive, and I don't want to see it destroyed the way that many parts of California and Colorado have been by the environmental impact from Amazon, which cares nothing about us. Thank you.
For Thomas, congratulations on the battle.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, before we continue, I'd like to just call out the time. We're quite a bit over our normal standard time frame. I know we've been hearing, and I'm assuming there's a lot of people left. I'd like to put a time limit on this for tonight. I know we're gonna have to continue it, which would be more opportunity for people to speak. But I'd like to put a time limit on this.
That's for us here as discussion. Nick?
What time are you proposing?
I would have liked to have been done by 10, to be quite frank.
Yeah.
But at this stage, I would say we should be closing by no later than 11.
I would agree with that.
I second that. That's a motion.
Okay, agreed. Yeah, so we should go beyond 11.
Yeah, on 11.
Is that a motion?
Is that a motion?
Okay.
So Dusty's made a motion to make sure we close this evening by 11 o'clock. And we have a second by Sharon.
I second, and I also want to express that we all do want to hear from everybody.
Correct.
But we're all getting tired.
Yeah. We had a motion, we've had it second. Any further discussion amongst the commissioners? All those in favor of ending the meeting by 11 o'clock or at 11 o'clock, say aye. Aye.
I would just a comment, we're not going to end the meeting, we're going to continue.
Tonight's meeting.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that would be continuing would actually be at a vote little bit later, but ending this evening's session.
Yes, you go, there you go.
Yeah, ending this evening's session by 11 o'clock.
We will continue the application, but we will end them.
Correct, yeah. Okay, again, just to be clear, all those in favor of ending this session this evening at 11 o'clock, while we perhaps will likely continue the application, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And given that, we have still about 20 minutes left before that. I see you, but I've seen others first, and so David, I'll get to you. Yes.
Roger Owens, I'm an Essex resident. I actually live across the street from where this is being proposed, so I have a couple of comments that I wanted to share. First of all, I disagree with the characterization that there are not neighbors and residents close by that will be impacted by this. The amount of traffic coming up and down the road, whether it's large trucks, small trucks, employees coming in and out, will be significant and it will be noticeable. There's already a significant amount of traffic up and down that road. So I'm concerned about noise pollution. I'm concerned about environmental pollution and exhaust from all those vehicles. I'm concerned about safety for kids. There's a 1-year-old that just moved in across the street from us. Those are some of my concerns. Also, just want to echo what many of the other residents and business owners have brought up tonight and urge you as a committee to really consider if this is the right thing for our community. Thank you.
We'll go back to the web. Paul C.
Oh.
Paul, did you swear in earlier?
I did not.
Okay. Are you about to give a truthful testimony to the best of your ability?
Absolutely. I will give the truthful testimony to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Paul. What's your full name and where do you live?
Paul Cross. I am a resident in Williston.
What's your question?
So I am a trustee of Local 597 and a UPS driver of 20 years. I echo the comments of Tony and Ryan, and I welcome Amazon representatives that are in the room. I will be joining my fellow Teamsters in organizing Amazon workers. I live in Williston, but I travel to Essex often. Today, I was in Essex twice, both for different appointments. Both trips from Essex to Williston and Williston to Essex, there was an immense amount of traffic. I thought with the Crescent Connector being finished, that traffic wouldn't be there. What options is there to help facilitate traffic flow through this, especially knowing with now being spring, flooding, North Williston roads closed and sometimes river roads closed. How will the DRB look to fix that?
Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Back of the room, ma'am. I owe you. Go ahead. Thank you for coming up.
Sure. Lynn Johnson, 11 Circle Drive. I share a lot of the comments that were mentioned earlier. One of my concerns is the traffic, again, with some of that traffic is going to come up Sand Hill and up to Allen Martin, and there's no traffic light there. We've been promised for like 30 years that we're going to get one. We still don't have one. It gets harder and harder to get out of our little street, which is right next to Allen Martin. I'm also concerned about the flooding and other things that were mentioned. I would really like to ask if at the next meeting that the floor be open again for all the people who left earlier, and that there be speakers so that we can hear what everybody is saying. After a number of people left, you folks have done a better job, but it's also been a quieter room. We have the equipment. We're not a poor town. It was frustrating 10 years ago when we had big public meetings and we were in a cafeteria and you couldn't hear. The recordings can hear. We need to hear you. And I really hope that that will be done on future meetings.
Thank you. To the web. I see you. To the web, we have Paul C.
Oh, I think he just put it.
Oh, he just spoke. Paul, you're done?
Rachel.
Yeah,
Rachel.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can you put your hand down, please? Yeah. Rachel.
Hi there. I took the oath earlier.
Thank you.
I would just echo Gretchen's comments that there is a large neighborhood that abuts this property and project in the Sandhill corridor. And I guess my questions are, I think it's a little disingenuous to say that there will be nothing on Sandhill Road. How are trucks going to get to Route 15 or vans if they're making deliveries in Jericho, Underhill, Jeffersonville, Cambridge? They're going to go up Sandhill. And I guess the elephant in the room, as far as I'm concerned, is why is the board not requiring a build through from Kimo Drive to Thompson Drive as a requirement? This is $1 billion company. They came in here with glossy plans and lots of people to talk to us. And this is really the elephant in the room. Get those trucks and those vans off of Sandhill. And I would just also tangentially like to mention that the sidewalks on Sandhill are already horrible. And we have 2 schools in that district where children walk to school and bike to school, bike to the fields, bike to the park, bike to the pool. And that is going to increase traffic exponentially, regardless of how many times you tell us till you're blue in the face that they're only going to go down Kimo Drive to 117. And I guess my other questions quickly are, what other sites did Amazon consider? We are not close to the interstate. It's challenging for all the reasons that other residents have listed. And then my last question is, what is noise going to be like? We already get it from the trucks that exist. And quite frankly, what's Essex going to get out of this? Okay, maybe we can talk about jobs and, but it's debatable whether or not those are good jobs, quality jobs that are going to give people a living wage and healthcare. But I think that some serious, real consideration and answers need to be had about the things that I listed. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Drew Dean, resident of Winooski. I did not take the oath.
You swear to tell the truth to the best of your ability?
I do. So first things first, saying that you're the largest supplier of renewable energy isn't really saying much when you're the largest of everything, because a bloated beached whale is going to cast the biggest shadow on the beach, and it's going to do nothing good for the environment surrounding it. So it's not really saying anything. Second of all, I liked the comment about it being the last, the final stage of Amazon already being here in the state, kind of like a virus. And that really would be the final nail in the coffin, is really what it would be. And I really would appreciate that. I can't put it as eloquently as everybody else put in here, the environmental concerns, the economic concerns. I do want to echo all of those points. I especially want to echo the point of we will fight every single way, like Jenna said, with unionizing and protesting this. If this does go through, I have been a resident of Essex most of my life. My parents are both in Essex. The environmental concerns are insane. I just want to reiterate also that this is Vermont. Like, we're all here. This is going to attack the soul of Vermont. This is where, this is Burlington. Like, we pushed out McDonald's. Like, this is the history of Vermont. And if this goes through, I don't think we could face any of our grandparents, any of the farmers, any of the local businesses that have worked here. Like, Vermont is the place, is the frontier of renewability, of progressive values. And our representatives have gone on their telecast or whatever and said that this is where the revolution is going to happen. That's what Vermont history is. That's what our future is. And I don't think we could face any of them. I don't think we could face specifically, we didn't face Bernie Sanders in the face. If we let Amazon come in here and ruin everything that we are. That's what
the web, Aiden. Aiden, I've already spoke. Nope, yeah, Betsy.
Hi, yes, this is Betsy. Can you hear me?
Betsy, what's your full name? And did you
My
swear in
name-
earlier?
Yep, my name is Betsy McGavis. I did swear in earlier. I was in person. I am a Burlington resident, but have been there for about 10 years. Love spending time in Essex. Used to work in Essex. And am calling like as a citizen, as a person of Chittenden County, but also part of my job. Again, I'm speaking as a private citizen, but part of my job is to help promote the viability of farm and forest businesses in the state of Vermont. And I'm also on a quasi judicial board in Burlington, so I know the process of having to stick to kind of a written document and understand that that's where you guys are coming from. But looking at the town plan of Essex and from 2024 around your economic development policies and goals, just seeing that goal 2B is maintaining Essex rural areas while increasing and diversifying economic development, emphasizing startups, agricultural home businesses, and retail. I just don't see how in like good conscience and in order to like follow this goal of the town plan that was approved by the voters of Essex, that supporting a business as large as Amazon that has done so much to undercut home-based businesses, that has done so much to undercut like home-based and entrepreneurialism, and as well as like their move to purchasing Whole Foods, their move to becoming a grocer. Can you imagine what that is going to do to Vermont's farming economy to encourage that kind of investment in our state? So like the last person said, how are we going to be able to face our farming community knowing that this is what we are investing in and what we're allowing to come to our state? So I agree with a lot of other folks on here. Thanks for being here. And that's the end of my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Skilpin, live in Essex. I owe you an apology. I was meant as a joke because you did ask to be. Now, we're all here for one reason. We know that the country is being run by the billionaires. Now, this brave little state is really going to put on a fight, and I'm going to love it. They don't give up. One thing you haven't taken into consideration is that our state is going to be hit by torrential rains. And interestingly enough, you probably haven't looked it up yet, but I could help you on that. Unfortunately, all the way down in by the Connecticut River, that's been hit real hard. Of course, we had water in Montpelier, but the Champlain Valley is another one. So if you are prepared to take on 5 inches, 7 inches in 5 or 7 or 12 hours or more and deal with your site, have you prepared for that, engineer? Okay, so you're ready. But the Winooski, like everyone has already said, the Winooski has different plans, and Mother Nature ain't backing down. But thanks for coming, because it's going to be a show.
Back to the web. Looks like we're all set. Actually, Betsy and Aiden both have already spoken, and their hands are still raised, but that's fine. We know that they have already had their opportunity. Yes, ma'am.
I got an easy one for you.
Yeah.
I agree with a lot of what's been said
Name,
here.
please.
What confuses me.
What's your name?
Oh, Pam Scherner.
And where do you live?
Yes, I did. What confuses me is that I don't understand these traffic reports, because we've got Sand Hill Road. It's got a ton of traffic. Everyone's talking about it. Now we've created another road, which, by the way, I supported the development of that road. And you know what? My naivete was that we were putting a local business up in that development. And I just learned a few days ago that it's Amazon. And now we live on that road. And so the traffic is going to come right down our driveway. How many? 2 trucks every hour from 6 o'clock at night till 6 in the morning. It's going to hit. And then all the vans are going to be coming down there. And I haven't heard any discussion, being a resident on that road. There's only 2 houses on that road. No one has come to us and said, what can we do to make sure that your privacy is preserved? What can we do to make sure that these trucks and things aren't bothering you, making noise, pollution, but nothing. And my naivete was I never even crossed my mind that Amazon would be up there. I thought it was going to be US Foods or something like that. That was a local company. And I thought we should support that. But my biggest question is, I don't understand these traffic reports. I don't know how they're generated. I don't know how they calculate them, because it seems absurd that all these developments are passing these traffic control reports. I don't know who's doing them. So I would like some information about who does them. I'd like to see them. What are they calculating? I don't know that, but it would help me to know that, so that maybe part of our problem with these types of developments isn't the developments, but the way we're measuring traffic. Maybe we're not measuring it correctly. Maybe something's missing in the formula or the calculation. But I'm a little disappointed by the fact I didn't know, and again, it's my fault. I've been working on this project for a long time. It's my fault that I never even imagined that something as big as Amazon would come down the pike. It's shocking to me. And so I know that someone mentioned secrecy, or like that's been a secret that it's been Amazon. I didn't know, and I've been working on the road for over 6 months, and I didn't know. So I'm not sure how it got brought up. I come from the private sector. I gotta imagine that they wouldn't have wanted us to know that they were coming 6 months ago or a year ago or 2 years ago. That makes sense to me. So my question for you is there a way that I can find out how we calculate the traffic? Because we've got a problem down Sand Hill. Some people are happier now that they're not going to come down Sand Hill, but they're basically a driveway away. So when you look at the density of Sand Hill, Route 7, all that, it's the same thing. You just made the problem bigger, like 2 driveways away. So how could that possibly, how could the state say that that's adequate? I don't get it. So that's my question. Can I get that information? Can I have access to it? Or can I talk to somebody who does that calculation?
Okay, thank you for your question. Yes, sir.
Well said. John Trudeau.
Can you come up?
At 247 River Road.
Come right up, yeah.
Forward, so sorry.
John Trudeau, what? A little further.
A little closer if you would, it's because this is the microphone for the web.
John Trudeau, TRUDEAU, 247 River Road, Essex. My question to you, have you checked with any of the Department of Fish and Wildlife, anything about how the local flora and fauna is going to be impacted by your facility? Specifically, all of the traffic that's going to be coming through, hitting animals, displacing habitats, etc. That's my only question.
Thank you. Way in the back. And I'll just note before you speak, we have 5 minutes left before we're going.
We actually probably should make him the last one.
Yeah.
Be quick enough for whoever was back there.
Once already?
I have not spoken already.
And your name?
Sam Puttycombe, Montpelier, Vermont, and I did take it up.
Okay.
And you signed in?
And I signed in.
Sam?
Yeah, that's a difficult one. Puttycombe. Yeah. I just want to echo concerns for traffic safety and the health and well-being of the communities, and the concerns with increased pressure on our waterways and infrastructure that is associated with this large impervious site. And I just want to say that in regards to the zoning, that as residents of the state, that we're thinking about land use in the long term and why we build now and what these structures are going to be down the line. And it does not seem that these developers are thinking this way. I think we should just look at the warning over the border in Quebec, where the distribution center was just abandoned a month ago. Multiple distribution centers were abandoned a month ago due to the unionization of those workforces. And so not even to speak about the human suffering that will be associated with this business, but I'm not sure why we'd allow such a big land impact on our landscape of a 100,000 square foot impervious surface where there was a forest, to allow a business that has shown no investment into the people or the landscape of where they temporarily set up shop. So when the Vermont workforce does unionize and it demands to be treated well, and then Amazon does cut their loss and leaves the community for somewhere to exploit someone else somewhere, someone somewhere else, I just don't really want to see this scar in our landscape. And so my question to the developers is, how do you plan to undo the damage that you will have caused to our environment and our community after you pick up and leave? If, you know, you're ever able to get established here in the first place, which there's quite a fight against.
Thank you. Okay, with that, given the hour, I think what we'll do is we'll ask for anyone that still has questions or has comments that they would like to make sure are heard. Please make sure that you send those in to staff, and they'll continue to be collected so that when we do come back and have this conversation again, then we'll be able to review everything from there.
How can they be sent in to staff?
You send them to go to the Essex, Town of Essex website, and you can actually send them through the Developmental Review Board.
So when will the next meeting regarding this be?
So we'll talk about that in just a second here. Okay, thank you.
I also should note, I know you mentioned, Ian, that we have the sign in and we'll contact everyone. I'm not sure we can do that. We often don't have email addresses. It's hard to read things. So I would recommend anyone can go to our town website and you can sign up for notifications of meetings and agendas. So you can sign up to be notified of when a development review board agenda is coming out. So that would really be the best way.
Okay, thank you for stating that. Appreciate that. Okay, commissioners.
We'll make a motion to continue the public hearing until our next regularly scheduled.
Second, the motion has been made by Nick to continue this hearing until the next available time.
He actually said the next regular meeting, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to the next available meeting as determined by staff.
Yes. These are our applications that are already squared away for the next meeting.
All accept.
Who seconded, Sharon?
Sharon seconded.
Yep. You accept?
Yep. So motion's been made by Nick. Seconded by Sharon. Further discussion?
I'd like to make one comment. I think the applicant has heard the questions, all right? I would suggest also that they bring pictures next time to support their request for a waiver, because that's something that's been not real clear about the trees that exist out there and so on. So that's just more information.
Could there be a site visit?
Well, at some
I don't know if you
point,
can really get there.
at some point, but anyway, that's all I had.
Further discussion? All those in favor of continuing this application with the public hearing remaining open until the next available meeting as determined by staff, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you guys for coming, and we'll be in touch. Appreciate it. Thank you. Folks, I want to remind you, as you're leaving here, we actually still have business that we have to do. So if you don't mind, when you leave, that you do so quietly out of the room so we can continue our business.
Yeah, just want to make sure we bring
Folks, we do have a meeting still going on, please.
Please, folks, take the conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, we still have work to do here.
Are any approvals dependent upon the minutes?
I think so, Jim.
After you.
I move that we move the minutes to the next meeting. Second.
We have a motion by Justin and seconded by Hubie to move the approval of the minutes to the next meeting.
Both sets.
Both sets. Any further discussion on the matter? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Catherine, any other business?
No, even if there
Or
were.
Sharon?
None.
We do not have an executive or deliberative session this evening. Any further discussion with commissioners?
Move we adjourn.
You need to sign a letter.
I need to sign a letter. Yep.
You all need to sign a
Still
letter.
move we adjourn.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if there's some way to determine what kind, like this is, whether we need to meet somewhere else if we're gonna get this kind of turnout.
Well, I don't know if we will the next time, but we should have.
This is hitting the news, and so.
I will.
Somebody's already gonna report it.
Yeah, I will make the quick comment that, that we definitely should have microphones in place for.
Yeah, I took and that was speakers too, was the other thing I heard.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
I get a complaint all the time.
All the time, yep. So I think that even, we probably don't need them for a lot of the small stuff, but anything that we know that's gonna be like this, we should have them in place. So,
Okay, so did we adjourn?
no, we've not, so I'm sorry.
So we're not doing ex parte.
No, yeah, exactly.
Is that what you're suggesting?
We had a motion, I got a motion, it's been
On.
seconded. Any further discussion about adjourning? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We are adjourned.
Well, that's good. Yeah.